You are unmuted.
All right.
You may be seated.
I need to see Councilor Saban.
All right. I'm coming back soon. Apparently, I didn't miss nothing. Nothing happened today so far. What happened? They still didn't do their closing argument? What the? Okay. Yeah, I need a couple more, maybe 10 minutes. And I'll be back. And Starbucks, it's almost an hour later. What y'all think? Oh, I had to get the countdown timer fixed too. I was supposed to do that last night. But... Oh shit! I was listening though. You see, my phone was on. I was listening. Ain't nothing happened yet. What? I could have slept in today. So, oh, something with a juror? Really? Oh no! Twitter was crazy last night. I somehow I don't know. I'm beefing with people. All this drama. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Anyway, court. So wait, we lost a juror. No, how now, brown cow? A juror? Juror 3 has walked out after she did. The attorneys continued to discuss with Judge Cannon. Some have suggested that she may be the foreperson. I have no idea. All I know is the last time they called a juror up like this, she was kicked off. What the hell? What? Oh my God. Thanks, Rachel, for tagging me. A juror walked up. I'm done! I can't take this shit! I can't imagine. What's going on? I mean, it's been a crazy trial. It's been full of drama. I mean, outside of the courtroom and in Canton. Why'd they walk out? I want to hear from the people that walked out. That left. People got so upset with this tweet yesterday that I made. I said, Team Satan huddling in prayer, praying to the devil. And to me, it was like a joke. I thought it was a joke because you remember from Letitia Stalk, at one point, that lady huddled up with her attorneys. And I joked because I was like, oh, Team Satan, like Team Satan huddle, whatever, devil huddle. Some people got something with it. Oh shit, Jennifer said, that body. Are you okay? Some people got upset. Gross. Oh no, this person's cool. Somebody got really... I can't believe you said that about God and prayers. Mel, I think you're drinking the Canton Kool-Aid. These are the fine, outstanding citizens of Canton. These people, they fed into it. They that whole attack on Turtle, that's exactly what he wanted. I know they're trying to make it pretend like, oh, he just went out there because he wanted to have dinner with his girlfriend. Oh, nah, bro. He went right next to the restaurant that's owned by this family to provoke these people. But I still don't think it's right for them to attack him. She should have never attacked him. I just, I don't know. Maybe because these people have been through so much crap for like 2 years or whatever it is, that they're just fed up. I'd probably snap too. I really don't think I'd hit somebody. I really don't think I'd put my hands on somebody. I wouldn't do that. But would I curse somebody out? Probably. Maybe. I don't know. And I noticed too, like all these people talking shit about me on Twitter. When I reply to these people that have been talking shit for a long time, they get up. Oh my God! How dare you? How could you? Why? Why can't I curse somebody out if they're falsely accusing me of shit? Why can't I say F you? I don't know. Milestone is probably one of my favorite perks every month you get a members highlighted chat.
Crazy potential
Shows
I'm told
up
it's a
just like a
potential
super
juror
chat
issue.
pops up. Everybody
This
gets
would mean
to
that
see it.
juror
Not only
3 was
that,
not
it also shows how long
called
you've been a
up
member.
because she is
Along
a
with your
foreperson.
members
There's some sort
badge,
of issue with
loyalty
her. Lots of rumors
badges,
swirling
which
in the
shows
press
up
box,
every time you
including
chat
whispers
in
of
my
this
live
trial.
chat or shows up.
Oh
in
my! I can't do this
section of
again.
my
I don't think I can do
videos.
this again.
The longer you're a member, the
No,
higher
it's
up
true.
the rank.
There's
crime.
obviously
And I've
something
had
going
some
on.
members be
And they're saying it's the
with me
jurors.
for a very
Or
long
something.
time.
Other perks,
Credible hearsay.
Discord,
He's
canceled
inside the
area,
courtroom.
and of
Potential
course,
juror
member only.
I can't do this shit
videos.
again. I don't think I can go through this for weeks and months again. It's like redoing the Alex Murdaugh trial over again. I can't. I can't do this. Who's going to sit through this shit again? Echoing. What? I shouldn't be echoing. Should be fine. Audio should be good. Double talk? What? Oh, let me listen. Okay, it seemed like there was a double talk for a few seconds or something. I don't know what that was. I did listen back to it. Yeah, there was some type of double audio. I don't know what that's about. For a second, it was like really short. But thank you for telling me. So yeah, I don't know, man. This is crazy. I don't think I could do this shit again for months. And they have alternate jurors. So why not just bring an alternate juror? I don't understand like why. Oh my god. That's sick, Mel. What is happening with you? Mel, I can't believe you said that. Oh, Mel. Oh, what's happening? I'm not, the camera's off right now. I still have to go do something. I'll be right back.
Oh! Somebody! Oh! He needs some milk!
Maybe the juror's in on it.
Goes back to session. You may be seated.
Oh, shit. Auntie babe! Ooh, Karen got some floral. Is that floral? Floral patterns today. It's purple. Oh. All right, I'll be right back. Auntie Biv. Auntie Biv. Why you leave me, Auntie Biv? All right, guys. All right. I'm on camera now. So, a lot of delays and issues today. Seems like it. Bum, bum, bum. Closing arguments will be 1 hour apiece. Oh, really? Is that what they said? Jury instruction about an hour. Karen. Damn, another break. All right, let me see what I can find out online. In the world of Twitter. I love Twitter. Let's see. Oh, Carrie Roberts is in court today. She showed up for the trial. The crowd outside of the courthouse appears to be larger than ever. It's packed. Oh, okay. This was 30 minutes ago. The judge directs the court officers to turn the pool camera to the fan as the juror walks in. They're all at sidebar. This juror has been very engaged during the trial and often cited her reactions. The juror steps to the side as counsel discuss. The juror is dressed very professionally today. The juror is standing to the side with her arms folded in front of her. Now she leaves the courtroom. The sidebar conference continues with the judge, defense, and prosecution. The judge leaves the bench. The defense team and Karen Reed are still standing in a huddle. Alan Jackson is doing all the talking. He's animated. Karen is nodding her head. The defense huddle continues. Others in the group talking. The juror who was at the sidebar was one of the jurors who was involved in the conversation about the last juror who was dismissed last week. What is going on with the jurors? So it's clearly a juror issue. Okay. All right, let's see what else. Camera has moved to the fan 30 seconds ago. I expect the juror or jury to come back in. What is going on today? Lindsay, thank you for tagging me. Again, 4 witnesses in the case are sitting in the O'Keefe family today. Ooh, check it out. Check it out. Hey, run for your life. Hey, run for your life. OVO. Oh, okay, there they are. That's Jen McCabe. All right. Uh-oh. What's going on, guys? This is going to make a difference with the verdict? What's going on with the jury today? As if there hasn't been enough turns in this case. Thank you, Lindsay. And Lily, thank you for tagging me. I can't do this trial again, man. It's been too much. I can't. I can't do it all over again. Please. I wonder why there's such a... Here's the thing. I wonder why there's such a big issue with this juror. Because they have alternates, right? They have alternate jurors. But... So... Maybe there's something else going on with this jury. I posted this clip yesterday. I thought it was kind of funny, too. Some people are mad, but I thought it was kind of funny. The whole thing, too, I mean, it's possible these people are doing all these reactions, but I mean, when I was a juror, it was a long time ago. It was a kind of a big case. It was for a month long, but I still don't think it had the attention like this case does. But I wasn't sitting in the courtroom, like, making all these facial, like, oh, shit. Yo, you saw that shit? Yo! Like, I don't even think you're supposed to behave like that. I'm sure they can have reactions, but, like, I wasn't like, oh, shit, oh, fuck, yeah, oh, yeah, what the fuck, yeah. But all the time I see on Twitter, they're saying that these jurors are having this crazy reaction, and they're chuckling, and they're like, like, all this crazy shit, and sometimes I have a hard time believing it. I don't know. Maybe it's happening. Hey, run for your life. Okay, I wish says that the juror 3 got removed. Oh, shit. What's going on? I heard, Pamela, Tracy Faraday took the plea deal, which is actually a smart thing, considering her husband. I need to do some type of update with that. I don't know if it's just a tweet or a community post. Hey, run for your life.
She felt she struck something. She said, Dad, I think I struck something. I said, what do you mean? Right? This was in the hospital. Right? He says, I remember, all right, backing up and hitting something.
Oh, shit. No. Karen's dad. But he later says in the interview, later that, like, she says it was backing up into the car, or he believes she backed up into the car. But I honestly believe she did do it. But we got to give context, though. If you watch the whole interview, that's in there. It's Zebra Girl says, Mel, it's raining men in the courtroom. It's raining men. Hallelujah! It's raining men. I would play the clip, but I think they try to claim my video the other day, so I guess I can't play it. You'll just have to deal with my voice singing it. It's raining men. Hallelujah. Let me say hi to Facebook. Facebook. Oh, I'm not live on. Wait, am I not? Oh no, that's my personal account. Hold on. Switch. Facebook. Let me check on Facebook. Okay. I pulled up the chat. There's 69 people live. Heather, what's up? Monica, Rachel. Where's my regular too? The other one. I don't see her today. Glenda. Oh, thank you, Glenda. I appreciate that. Doris asked me, Mel, you're doing Verdict Watch. I guess. I was debating that because I was like, sometimes Verdict Watch, we're just going to be here for hours and hours and hours. But there's quite a bit that we can hang out and talk about if and when that happens. By the way, They're saying they believe Caleb Harris's body was found last night. I should have went on live last night, but I didn't. But I should have went on. It's not confirmed. It's him, but they're saying the body was found near where he went missing. So I think it's probably him. We don't know for sure. We're gonna wait and see. So that's a big break in the story. Caleb Harris. I feel like I covered that story one time. Caleb Harris, and there was another guy that I need to cover too. This other kid. Caleb Harris. We covered him one time. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome. We're going to talk. Subscribe. And let's take a look. Let's just kind of dive into this. I wish I had more time to look at this stuff, but I got the information from BL, so thank you for sending me this stuff. And we'll take a look at some videos. The family did an interview as well, some short clips and stuff. And the parents of Texas student are praying for his return after he disappeared without a trace from his college apartment in the middle of the night. So he's a Texas A&M student. Caleb Harris has not been seen since he stepped downstairs to collect an Uber Eats delivery. Yeah, at his home in Corpus Christi at 3 a.m. on March 4th. So right now, today's the 13th. This has been quite a while. The 21-year-old had spent the evening playing with a dog that had just been bought by one of his two roommates and had been sending Snapchats to his sister until moments before he vanished. I mean, I'm assuming cops spoke to the roommates. Did he not come back upstairs after the Uber food? Uber says the order was delivered to the doorstep. Oh, so the doorstep of the apartment block. Yeah, that was so weird. Ennis Jocelyn Road. And there was no sign of Harris, who had turned off his phone seconds earlier. That's weird. Why turn off his phone?
Weird.
Somebody must have turned it off. He kind of vanished, Father Randy Harris said. There's no evidence of wrongdoing, but there's still no evidence at all. Here's a picture. So, yeah, we'll have to update that. Maybe they'll do a press conference. I don't know. Caleb Harris. Carly, did you see my comment? The official 12-person jury wasn't chosen yet. That's supposed to happen today. This stuff, 16 jurors. Okay. What is going on with these jurors? Something fishy. Something wrong. Julia Grant, a female juror was just dismissed from the Karen Reed trial. No word or reason why. What? It's kind of weird. It is weird. It is a little weird. Let's see. Oh, T-Pep. I'll allow it.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoli, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I don't know how many times I start in the morning by saying we appreciate your patience, but today is one of those days. Again, we appreciate your patience. You may notice that one of your fellow jurors is not sitting with us today. I can assure you that that is because of an issue that is just personal to that juror and has nothing to do with any concern of any of you. So please disregard that, okay? I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions?
I mean, if I'm a juror, I might be looking at the other jurors like, bro, what happened? And this is the second person that's dismissed. What happened to the other one? What? How do you sit on a trial for weeks and months and just be like, you know what? I'm out of this bitch. No way.
Anything about this case since we left here yesterday?
Something's kind of weird. I don't know
So
what's going on.
now we're at the point of the trial where the lawyers get to do their closing arguments for you. I've given them
Right,
each an
closing
hour to do so, and they both tell me that they want me to give a 5-minute warning. I just don't want you to think I'm scolding them when I give a 5-minute warning, so we'll let them do that. When I was a trial lawyer, I tried a lot of cases in this courtroom. The thing I liked least about the trial was just before I stood up to give my closing argument, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. So because of that, you have to put your notebooks away. All right, so if you just put your notebooks away and just listen, and though the closing arguments are not evidence, they're
I'm
certainly
ready.
a
Let's do the
very
closing.
important
I'm
part of
ready.
the case. And we've all seen how hard the lawyers have worked for this long period of time. And we've all noticed that you've paid great attention throughout the entire trial. I'd ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing arguments. And in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs. Magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Read and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor.
Ooh.
Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. over and over and over. They and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things. It didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. MacArthur, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up until the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall, with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial that was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data, look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monotonic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house.
What?
Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They had been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that
Yeah,
interaction
right.
with John that night. You
Yeah,
don't have
right.
to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I'll draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, "You coming here?" This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house.
You trying to say they conspired? Come on.
We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his in testimony that he provided. Quote, "I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers." Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, "You know, your girl's been texting me"? A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight.
Oh, shit.
First he said it was administrative work, then he said he was moving cars, then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel?
No.
Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted that I didn't see her there.
What happened to the dog, Chloe?
But they actually got rid of the dog altogether.
What?
Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years.
Oh, shit. How you gonna
Also
get
a
rid of
dog who
Chloe
had a
like
fight
that?
history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog?
That alone, because a lot of people love dogs, that alone says, oh, there's people involved in murder. Where's Chloe at?
they did not want law enforcement to find
Chloe.
out. Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries
heifer.
are from an animal,
She don't know nothing.
quote,
Come on.
most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins.
Oh, shit.
That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing.
Come on.
But Albert and Higgins take it a step further.
Oh, shit.
Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials.
Oh,
And
God.
Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over.
Ooh.
I need help moving something heavy.
Oh, shit. The body.
How long did that
What?
take?
Oh.
15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else.
What?
That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m.
No, it never
None.
happened. Come on.
At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street
Oh,
in his snowplow.
snowplow guy, yeah.
And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice,
JMD.
3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m.
Yeah, but also at 5 something too, he said the same
And one other
shit.
suspicious thing happened that night. By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered.
What?
Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with
No.
Ford Edge?
No. Colin?
Brian Albert.
Oh, Brian Albert. Oh, no.
Remember, as
Yo,
you're
dirty
thinking
as
about this, the
fuck.
basement at 34
No.
Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's
Oh,
a quick and
God.
convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found.
No. Come on, Alan.
And by 6 a.m.,
Action
John's body was,
Jackson.
in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabe's, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus.
I'm just going to pause for a second. I don't know if this is true, but they're saying supposedly this juror that was dismissed today, supposedly, I don't know, was sympathetic towards Karen Read. I don't know if that's true or not. And like I said, and different states do different things differently, I guess. I was on a case for a month long as a juror. I think anybody if you've never done it before, you should do it. I was on a case for a month long, a baseball player. And throughout the trial, I wasn't like talking with them. I'm like, oh, what do you think? I don't know. Yo, that's so crazy. Oh, yeah. Ah! I know Twitter likes to put this fantastical thing out there. Maybe they were doing that. I don't know. Maybe that's how things are done out there. When I was a juror, we weren't talking with each other and giving each other opinions like this and that and blah, blah. You know?
Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response.
Maybe
By
that's something you guys
12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that.
Oh, shit.
So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have. You and I might have. But little did she know.
Me too, Marie. I was quiet.
The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Read as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears are realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You could see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times.
Oh, shit.
It makes no sense.
It makes sense to me.
What does make sense
These crazy
is
bitches
that she
out
emotionally moved from
there. They
anger,
call me all the time and
then
shit.
to panic, then to grief.
About Don Macy. That should make
So
perfect
back
sense.
at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right?
Oh.
The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in
Jim,
Trooper
what's
Proctor's
up? Good morning.
possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement?
Oh, shit.
And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop, too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. But let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. To the point, it had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass?
I'm sorry, Biden's stuck
Michael
right
Proctor.
now. Uh-oh.
So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math.
Oh, shit.
That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV, survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside.
No, come on.
That would be a magic hair indeed. A magic hair means nothing.
Shit. Oh, God.
The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there.
Oh.
The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside,
Yeah,
outside,
right.
the
Yeah.
exterior, the interior, everything he touched
Bullshit.
would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight. The taillight
they
that
said
they
it
now
was.
claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces.
Oh, shit.
But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example.
Let's talk about
That
it. The
grainy
reverse
one.
video.
It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. While he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There is no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor. And he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0.
What?
Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mullaney, Michael Lank, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. They even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene, not a single piece, but incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found, some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there.
Proctor.
We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police,
The Illuminati.
that he could not account for.
Oh shit, Illuminati, baby. Illuminati.
Heavy
Oh,
coats.
Illuminati.
Big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who. But he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts State troopers were there unaccounted for.
Aliens.
And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second.
Let's do it. Let's focus on it.
O'Hara said all 3 pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that one red piece was found about 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts.
No.
Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about, those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not Stop and Shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lowley's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day.
It was planted.
The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper. Look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag.
Oh, okay, okay.
Would he have had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sally Port video.
Ooh.
I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37.
Oh, shit.
And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sally Port that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sally Port video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sally Port together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara. Unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence, and now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview. John got out of the car. She reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car.
Where'd it come from?
That's what the evidence actually shows.
The basement.
Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. And because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow.
Character assassination? That's all you guys have done.
Let's talk about what the
Accusing
real
everybody of
evidence
murder.
actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but 2 thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. 2 of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Winchler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility.
Oh, shit.
Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable.
I mean, y'all
Compare
said
that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-reviewed articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rinchler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, "You can't deny the science and the physics." John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete.
Oh,
Zero.
no.
They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest
There's a chase? No,
that he
don't
was
say
hit
the
by a
chase.
7,000-pound SUV
Oh, shit.
going 25 miles per hour.
Oh,
And what of that right arm?
oh.
According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained?
Another YouTuber?
The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
5 minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued,
I just
he got
want
hit,
you.
punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that.
No, Jackson, no.
There's airspace.
Jackson, no. Come on, Jackson.
Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job? Late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat. Talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object, and he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth, and I did that because that's what this case is about. Top to bottom, tip to tail. It's about the truth. It's not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Read unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you. Not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence?
Misogyny.
Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth, and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Read is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Lally.
Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I want to fix this damn stream, but it's not. Oh. Lally, we need you.
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
Thank you.
I hit him.
Start with that shit, yeah.
Those are the words of the defendant. 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag Val Mask, Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened, and the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him.
Yeah.
Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by Firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him, repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what? And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe. What caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, "I hit him." You heard testimony from Officer Sarif, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, "This is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this." This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, story's changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony are concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you, it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a three-card monetary. The facts and the evidence in this case are your card, they're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do, is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement, look at this person, look at that person, look at text messages, look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the three indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide. Using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him in sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence, no evidence whatsoever. Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy, there is no cover-up, there is no evidence of anything beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional, there's no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering. Stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking him to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point at which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a strong. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. The drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, on an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolokithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Matt McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe, speaks with him regarding directions, sort of going over which way to come in Chapman Street over Cedar Crest as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV, from each of those respective videos. 12/19/32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a three-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, and Ricky D'Antonio pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32, 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. The movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up, as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota tech stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that three-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the three-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail. So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62.5 feet, the defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42, Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55, the defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59, the defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637, it sounded like this.
"John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert."
But somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where he was. She had driven him there, she had struck him there, she had left him to die. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone." 1:09 a.m., the defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Keep sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
When
Now they got a nice
the defendant
presentation.
leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or anybody to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m. The defendant calls and speaks. So the calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m. The defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight, and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe and where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a plow. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves One Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling KPD, calling 911. Something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent, and calling your parents, all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant.
I dated quite a few women. Ain't no way
While
they'd just
John
be
O'Keefe
chilling.
is laying, freezing, and dying.
90% of them will just show up right back to where they thought they left me. And ain't no hell way to go wake at 5 in the morning. Oh, I don't know what happened.
From brain injury
But also
and
say he's
skull
dead.
fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road.
Come on.
5:11 a.m.
Come on. You know,
The
woman.
defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfall. Seems to be sort of retracing steps. 5:18 a.m. The defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was.
Ooh, Lally.
She had hit him and left him there the night before. She had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts return to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, and no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this part right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with the vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road. darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions. The defendant, sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. But the defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail.
The wig.
Leaving
What happened to the wig?
The phone in the car for some reason
Check.
to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Supposed to come today.
6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe
It says arriving by 10 p.m. Ugh.
conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. To circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. We heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Miss Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. The defendant shows up at the house. Abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning, grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. You've heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. The defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dighton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say that?
Oh, shit.
You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen.
Yeah,
Based on the relationship, the Godfather relationship
Making
John
up
O'Keefe
bullshit.
had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out, and then he and Ms. Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from her. Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asks him if he's okay, asks him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is. You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece, Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, he tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to see if McCarthy is eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have the testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had that for about a year. So during the course of the 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security code for the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots game. Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, at which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you recall, the defendant is saying something or joking about something that Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are. There are only 2 videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video. There's a variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There were text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert. Because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, this is a phone call that both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband Matthew McCabe reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview. So she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked taillight before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he has some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Laura Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Laura Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by the defendant, Mr. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. would be about an hour before. 5 a.m. would be between that time where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 518, 535. Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whiffen as to SQLite databases, PLIST databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of that. Also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning.
Yeah.
They were not deleted by a user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Sellbright, and by Sellbright, the person who designed that being Mr. Whiffen, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case.
Yeah, that's right.
What did Mr. Green say? Yes.
Yes.
But those questions,
Perfect.
as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. She knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, in the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning. What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicated was that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition. Is he dead? That phraseology repeated over and over and over again. And when you take into juxtaposition that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 518 to 535. The repeated questioning, firefighter Whitley, firefighter Woodbury, asking Ms. McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation. is what she's looking for when she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You have the testimony that you heard from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time, as they both testified to, that they had ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022 is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at a Reeboks outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Alberts said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were coming. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down Chapman, she's going down Fairview of coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big, steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second. 2 hills going down on Chapman. Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road, at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And she's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before and neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe will be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time from a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe in Ms. Roberts' car. She's still talking about it at that time. It's that much on her mind.
All right, come on.
Ms. McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Ryan Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense of it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece, Kaylee, at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen, Jen, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall. The variations, the different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tail. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock.
Come on.
They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. And so what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they get out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes. You hear that second voicemail. It's after the defendants arrived back at One Meadows Ave, after her phone is reconnected with Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. And you can hear the footsteps. Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is. She knows it's not an issue, he's not coming home, because she hit him with her SUV, that she left him in the snow. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. Defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the back seat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn.
The thing is, ours should be up soon.
You have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on the scoop stretcher and they're bringing him over to the ambulance while they're conducting the resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. But Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath only the phone, but the phone on the grass. On the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. And you heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow and a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that, okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, Ms. Roberts observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing, is still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is, which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there. Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant
15 minutes left,
crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which even Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray, from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted and Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow, when Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up, because remember they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th at about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit, weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out, Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe. That initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Scortibella was testifying to, with no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Sarif's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Sarif. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away, in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know. Traveled all the way down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really? That's the conspiracy? What evidence do you have of that? You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Buchanan on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments and incessant phone calls and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to C.F. McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas, the men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked on Washington Street across from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. Kolakifis, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting in the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger seat. She said they were left the Waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night." June 2022, you have that other recording of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Buchanan, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Garino. You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in their testimony, and the defendant knew, based on our questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan Nagel. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson. Ms. Maxson indicating she saw a male passenger, female operator as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a three-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right onto Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxson are taking the left onto Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxson can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? The dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxson drive away from that. We have the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning. You have the testimony, recall, and you have text messages in regard to Colin Albert when he gets picked up.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
5 minutes, Lally.
Colin Albert, Miss Allison McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that it was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m. You have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in early in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza, what are you doing later on, contained within those text messages. You have the testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level. 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Formati to Dr. Rice. We heard the testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration for Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. You have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard to it.
Even though we saw her on video, they said that was fake.
The forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, the clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone at any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time he was struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday, 12 inches and then 6 inches to the tail end, is easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit are consistent with the dimples on the tail light cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. We have testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that tail light housing, on the housing. His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor.
She did it.
Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. You have the testimony from Ms. Hartman, Trooper Paul, as regards to the damage that they observed, the dent, scratches, the 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regards to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, Lally, your time's up, man. Shit.
All consistent with pieces of taillight that are found within his clothing.
Bro, your time's up, bro.
Ms. Gilman, if I could. 6:05. This is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed for approximately.
Show it, baby. Show it. Show it.
There's another. Years and years ago, started practicing in Norfolk County in Braintree, what is now Quincy. I eventually became a far smarter man than myself. Eventually became president of the United States. His name was John Adams. John Adams once wrote, "Facts are stubborn things. And whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence." What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse, 24.2 miles per hour, for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you.
Oh, no.
I just have one sentence.
One sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find us. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you. Jurors, I have my instructions on the law. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break?
No, take a lunch break. Take a lunch break.
Okay, we'll take.
The jury instructions
we'll
take an hour? God damn.
Like phone numbers, location history.
Hi. I'm from Law and Crime. And you should sign up to this blah, 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 blah. Hi. Erm said, did you do a poll yet? I haven't done a poll. I am going to do one, though. I'm going to do one. I guess we can start now. they're going to do jury instructions. I want to confirm there's 3 charges. There are people yesterday, no, it's not 3 charges, it's not blah, 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 blah. Multiple times it said there's 3 counts. Amber Love Reigns, thank you for the 10 months, says, I have a feeling the verdict, we will get a verdict later today or tomorrow at the latest. I think maybe tomorrow. I don't think we're going to get one today. Maybe tomorrow. Let me see. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Tiffany Fowler, thank you so much for the 6 months membership. Good morning. All. You should do a guilty or not guilty poll, Mel. I'll do that. I will. Courthouse Cat, thanks so much for the 15 months. Says, hey, Mel, mods in chat. Hope all well. In my opinion, she did it. Let's go. From Glasgow. And then Danielle Williams. Barney Fife and his minions should all be fired. No, come on, Lundy. Oh, they said I lost like 10K brain cells. Let's see we're gonna see what happens, man. I can't wait for this to be over, but I also want to know what the verdict is gonna be. And they got rid of a juror today. They got rid of a juror. What the? What? They got rid of a juror. It's a mess. It's all over the place. People in Canton attacking each other. Violence ensuing on the streets. People cheering on Karen Reed. Wearing pink shirts and wigs and getting tattoos. Yeah. People parading through the streets. Right? Okay, so let me do the poll. I'm working on the poll. Guilty. The first one will be guilty. Second degree murder. The next one will be guilty manslaughter. Let me tell you, if she's found not guilty, Twitter is going to slam me. They're going to run me through the ground. It's going to be nasty. But if she's found guilty, oh, you better believe I'm going to be lighting everybody up. Everybody. Lawyers, reporters, all these people talking shit. I'm going to light everybody up. Quote, tweet them all. Watch my Twitter page if she's found guilty. Oh, you're going to see. It's going to be a shit show. And I'm not going to be nice about it at all. I'm going to go all out. I'm going to go in. Not guilty, but she did it. And then not guilty. Oh, it's going to be a mess. But I could potentially get canceled on Twitter. Karen Reed verdict. Your thoughts or guesses? So I put guilty second degree murder, guilty manslaughter, not guilty, but she did it, and then not guilty, which I know most people are going to go for. Okay, yeah, Carmine, what did Duty Ron say? I was listening to Duty Ron this morning before work in Ed Wallace, and even they're destroying the state and law enforcement. And they are bad. No, but you know what I saw? I saw a YouTuber make a tweet that they're really upset about Duty Ron. And honestly, I was kind of surprised because he's such a nice guy. They said they were really disappointed. They were going on a tangent. Oh, this and that. And Duty Ron, like, he's like the nicest cop guy ever. Do I feel reasonable doubt? I feel like the last 2 witnesses that the defense had were the best witnesses that they had. I don't believe 227 ever happened. I think that's all bullshit. And I feel like they've proven it's bullshit. But the Reconstructionist people that were for the feds, independent people, I feel like they're the most damaging to the prosecution. I feel like she did do it. She's guilty. I don't know that you could say she did it premeditated, like murder, like she. I'm gonna run this motherfucker over and kill him. I don't know if we can prove that. I feel like she did hit him and kill him. I do feel that, but the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. That's tough to say. I don't know. It's kind of hard. Diddy Ryan said the whole thing is a shit show. Diddy Ryan, like most cops, don't like dirty cops. Diddy Ryan is not anti-cop. He was a cop. Because the thing with me too, I feel like a lot of people haven't been here for Alec Murdaugh. So they see a shitty investigation, which it does seem like it was shitty. The cops did a shitty job. They could have done better, I think. And they're like, oh, well, he's going to get off. Just like with Alex Murdaugh. People were so sure. And I also feel like people have an unrealistic expectation of beyond reasonable doubt. So unless you saw a video of the murder actually happening on video and they play it, and the person admitted to it, which this chick did to me, in my opinion, but if you don't see a video of it, then they think, oh, well, you didn't prove beyond reasonable doubt. Some people have like really unrealistic, crazy expectations of beyond reasonable doubt. Kelly says, did you know they got rid of the lesser charges? Probably LOL. So I emailed you back because I think you emailed me. A lot of the people from yesterday had this misconception that the charges got dropped. When I listened to it, they never said manslaughter got dropped. They said that they didn't give any jury instructions on the lesser charge, manslaughter. We literally heard them today say that there's 3 indictments, 3 charges today, just today. So a lot of the people, I feel like a lot of people misinterpreted yesterday as, well, they're not going to have a manslaughter on the table. I believe it's totally on the table. They didn't give like extra instructions on manslaughter. That was it. Now, I think it would be foolish if the prosecution was just like, we just want to go for murder and that's it, and forget about manslaughter. I think, they could potentially use it, but I feel like giving manslaughter an option, Yeah, Blondie says, no, they didn't get rid of the lesser charges. They didn't get rid of the lesser charges. We're going to see what happens. If she's found not guilty, I'll take my lick. I'll take it. Twitter, they're going to destroy me. They're going to come for me. They're going to fucking shit on me and pee on me. Everything. I'll take it. I'll take it. Fuck it. I'll take it. But if it's the other way around, don't look at my Twitter for a day or two. You shouldn't. Don't even watch it. Because I'm literally going to go back into all the tweets and little old tweets and these no-name accounts, no picture. They just made their account last month, blah, blah, blah. Some of these YouTubers or whatever. I'm going to go back and quote tweet these motherfuckers and put it to the top of my page. Yes. Yes. I'm going to be petty as hell because it's Twitter. Twitter's petty. If not, I'll eat it. I'll eat it. I'll take the licks. I'll take the L and whatever. And they're going to come. They will come. So we'll see. But I honestly feel like, too, if she's found guilty, I feel like they're just going to move the goalpost and be like, oh, well, the juror that was removed, they're already saying they believe that juror felt that she's not guilty, so they removed her because of that and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Bev, the wig should be in by tonight. So I don't think we'll get a verdict. I don't think we'll get a verdict today. You were banned from Twitter? Banned from Twitter for less. I really don't think I've been crazy, but like some people have been coming for me, so like, yeah, I reply back. Sometimes, and then when I reply back, oh my God, Mel, how could you? Oh, Mel, you're so just like the lawsuit stuff. I barely said shit, but when I reply back, yeah, he's a cocksucker. Yeah, he is. Oh my, oh Mel, how could you? Oh yeah, Mel. Yeah. I know that's a little bit much. Just like the other YouTuber, he took down his post. I called him that. This YouTuber that was riding the wave, I called him that. He got really offended. By the way, there's no audio right now.
To the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations.
Okay.
I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud.
True, Paula.
You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part one of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases.
Jury instructions.
As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts.
Right?
If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have heard it and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Read have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Read has been charged, or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence. Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us.
Coming today.
You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider three questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you. and you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were, in fact, John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight. That is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense.
Oh no, common sense.
Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe, because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, If you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described. You may have noticed that the defendant did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which, alone or in sequence, will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, You may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point. Thank you. It's distracting, and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay? The fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently. That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. Right? As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. Now that completes the second part of my instructions. I will now turn to the final instructions. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are still 14 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors becomes ill or has to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law of Massachusetts is that there can only be 12 jurors. Therefore, at the conclusions of my instruction, the clerk will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted because, as I've indicated, it is important that we have extra jurors in the case of emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with the new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning. Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, for if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not influenced by anyone else. Now, different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own foreperson. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting a foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations, however, in that sense is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400. Would you be our foreperson, please, sir? Thank you. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room, and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong, but no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them, and I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions. So don't be shy or hesitate to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you and decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and notify the court officer that you have reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts to the court. I'm going to seek counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
You are unmuted.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, will you choose the alternates, please?
Could the juror sitting in seat number 3, who is juror 79, step down and take your place as an alternate? And the juror sitting in seat number 2, juror 14.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we need to swear in the court officers. They're going to be in charge of you during your deliberations. I suggest that you listen to the oath that they are taking so that you can be aware of their responsibilities. Now you can swear them, Mr. Clerk.
You swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they are agreed, nor suffer them to disperse until they're discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so jurors, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you have heard here in the court during trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, this time taking your notebooks. All rise, follow me. All rise.
You may be seated.
All right, so counsel, I'll give you a few minutes to work with Mr. McDermott on the verdict slip, and then I'll come back out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise for the court, please.
So involuntary is out?
No, involuntary.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me? It's that you gotta be careful who you surround yourself with, who you let into your life. Do you really know? I mean, it's a scary thing to think about. Well, that's why I'm so thrilled to talk to you about the sponsor of this week's Law and Crime Trial stream, truthfinder.com. Honestly, with our content, I really can't think of a better service that can provide actual safety for you guys. Why do I say that? I say that because Truthfinder is one of the largest public records search services in the United States. Their whole goal is to help people like you learn about the people in their lives. And here's how it works. You go on their website, truthfinder.com, and you type in a name. For instance, your new neighbor. Let's say your new neighbor is me, Jesse Weber. Make it easy. You type in my name, and within minutes and a paid subscription purchase, you can access unlimited reports that could include information like phone numbers, location history, criminal and traffic records, including possible arrests and criminal convictions. Goes without saying, but I don't have any of those. Truthfinder has been partnering with Law and Crime for a while now. We actually use it to research some of the cases that we've been covering. But in general, it can help provide peace of mind when you do these unlimited public records searches. Also, you know what's really useful? From within that report, you can search an address to see registered sex offenders that may live in that area too. That's the point. Unless you use Truthfinder, you may never know the reality about the people around you. Also, Truthfinder is just an incredible resource to use when reconnecting with people like long lost friends, family members you haven't spoken to in a while. You can use Truthfinder to help track down these people's information. It's just a great tool. Now, here's the kicker. Right now, you can get 50% off of your first month of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/LC Live.
All right, apparently it's verdict watch. And I fell asleep on the couch with the dogs. 126 started. Let me see something. Hold on. Okay. 126. All right. Let's see if I can add 26, 36, 10 minutes, 12 minutes. Let's see, open the add time. Let's see. Wow. Didn't work. Oh, Control Shift A. All right, let me try that. Oh shit! Did I have too much time now? Hold on. Oh my god. Boom. Reset. Okay. We'll take that. We'll take that. Thank you, Perriette. Appreciate that. I passed out. I'm laying with the dogs. Fell asleep. All right. I can't believe we're actually here. Holy crap. All this time. All this time.
Was particularly strong today in the testimony?
Yeah, they proved that that body wasn't hit by my car.
Oh shit. Okay, so Karen's confident. Karen's very confident. Look at her face.
Do you think anything was particularly strong today in the testimony?
Yeah, they proved that that body wasn't hit by my car.
Do you think...
Shit. 1:30 my time. Okay. So 1:30. It's close. I think it's close enough. Okay. Karen's very confident. My car. Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna have to see. Deliberations 14 minutes ago. Wow. Amazing! We're finally here. Alan Jackson doubling and tripling down. It's a conspiracy. And that multiple people were involved. Not only were multiple people involved, but also that it was premeditated. They premeditated that night. I'm like, bruh, what? They premeditated killing John that night? What? My guess, let's see what the polls are at. The polls say 7% say second degree, guilty second degree murder. 19% say guilty manslaughter. 24% say not guilty, but she did it. And 51% say not guilty. Polls have swung a little bit. Mel, where did Mel go? We need a how long to the verdict. I feel like we're not getting one today. So how long till verdict? We can do, let's see, we can do how long until verdict? How long? That's a good way to do it. How long? Okay. I don't know what's reasonable to add to this list. We can do, it's definitely not going to be in an hour. Let's start with, let's start with, it's almost the end of the day too. So it's 2:00. Let's start with, it's 2 hours. Good. 2 hours, which would be 3, 4. I don't think they're going past today. I mean, I think they're gonna go past today. 2 hours, 4 hours. I don't think it's like they'll pass 4:00 today. Maybe 4:30. 2 hours, 4 hours. Tomorrow. Let's just do that. In the meantime, we can watch Wade Wilson's verdict. But let me see, how long was that? Wade Wilson. That shit was streaming for like 8 hours yesterday. The sentencing. How long was that? There's a day 2? There's a day 2 to Wade Wilson, bro. Wait, is that day 2? Oh my God. Why does he have such a long sentencing? They're live right now.
The alignment was different on the second count than the first.
Okay. I don't know if you want to watch some of day 1. My God, how many days? I've never seen sentencing take that long. What the? What? You think 7 p.m.? It's supposed to 7 p.m. Hey, run for your life. Hey.
The other ones are numbered. Court will go in order, all rise. Supreme Court and closing time is now in session. Now will Judge Nick Thomas presiding.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, individual.
Mr. Hollander, he's up.
There is.
Yeah, they are. Andreas, we just have to eliminate that highlighted.
Man, for the Fraser.
Parentheses and other words that weren't taken out.
Death penalty? Maybe that's why it takes long?
Like court deputy, bailiff, those things. Wade, without delay. The closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released and you will begin your deliberations. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and my instructions on the law. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your decision must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. During the penalty phase, the court may take recesses, and you would be permitted be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may not use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double-check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you. The penalty phase must be tried by you only on the evidence presented in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the penalty phase. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. Do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the penalty phase. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. From the exercise of the defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference regarding the existence of an aggravating factor or an appropriate sentence, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your sentencing decision in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and the trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. It may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss the matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted to consume as little of your time as is necessary. Counsel approach.
Say hi.
Hi.
Okay. I'll talk to you later, okay? Right? I'll call you back later. I love you. Bye, baby. All right. Verdict watch. We're here and we're. Come on. This shit already. It's been 2 days. Somebody said it's because of the death penalty thing. Maybe that's why. Put his ass on death. He killed 2 people. He's been charged, found guilty. What have we got a debate about?
Good morning. A little bit over a week ago, when we first met, the defendant was unknown to you. And he was presumed by every one of you to be innocent. That's now changed.
It's changed. You're damn right.
Because collectively, unanimously, you all have heard the horrific, graphic facts of this particular case and determined him to be guilty of each of the charges with which we've charged.
Yes. Yes.
The phase of this trial is penalty. The state of Florida is asking you to sentence the defendant to the ultimate penalty, and that's death.
Oh.
Not all murders are first-degree murders, ladies and gentlemen. Not all first-degree murders warrant the death penalty. It's only those murders that the state proves beyond an exclusion, and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, whereby a first-degree murder is aggravated, that death is warranted. Now, a little bit over a week ago, the burden was on the state to prove the first-degree murders beyond a reasonable doubt. And this week, it's our burden to prove the aggravation of those first-degree murders beyond a reasonable doubt. In this phase, we're going to focus on what makes this first-degree murder aggravated. Now, as the court instructed you, before there is a sentence of death, you must unanimously agree that at least one aggravator, just one, has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. We are submitting to you four aggravators. 4 aggravators for one of the first-degree murders and 4 aggravators for the second first-degree murder.
This guy. Cocky. Doesn't give a fuck. Murdered 2 people. And these people's lives didn't matter. Why should your life matter?
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 of which, on each, you've already decided. It was inherent in your verdict. 3 of which have already been proven. 1 you're going to hear about shortly here today. The first 2 I want to talk to you a little bit about. One is called cold, calculated, and premeditated. The second one is referred to as heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Now, these might be aggravators that you may have heard about over the course of your life, but I want to go through them with you. The first one is called cold, calculated, and premeditated. Now, what this factor forces you to do is it forces you to essentially consider what his plans were and what his intent was at the time of the killing. Okay? The aggravator forces you to consider what he went through for the killing. Okay? And the evidence that we've presented to you during the course of the trial already proves this factor. It involved 3 things, ladies and gentlemen. And I would submit to you, he selected, he secluded, and then he strangled.
Yeah.
That's what he went through to establish cold, calculated, and premeditated. Remember what he said. He was a lion. They were his prey.
A lion. Wow.
He could sense it. It just took him 2 minutes. They wouldn't scream. They wouldn't yell. He wouldn't get hurt. He wouldn't get scratched. They couldn't get away. Even if they wanted to, he was too strong. Those were the people that he went after. On the 7th of October of 2019, he went after Christine Melton. It started at the Buddha, right? He calmly befriends her. He goes up to Miss Johnson, who's your friend. He introduces himself as JR. He doesn't, introduce himself as Wade Wilson. No. He introduces him as JR. He gives a fake name. He calmly befriends them. He's selected Miss Melton. That's who he was going after. He gains her trust. They go outside. He could have gone home with Miss Montanez. No. He chooses to go with Miss Melton. Where? To Mr. Shepard's. Where they become intimately involved. Where they subsequently leave and they go back to Miss Melton's apartment. And what does he do there? He waits. He waits for Miss Johnson to check with Miss Melton. Are you okay? You good? Yeah. Okay. Why? Because Miss Melton has put her trust in this person. She's been intimately involved with this person. He's waiting. He has selected her. Miss Johnson leaves.
No. How can you let him?
There's no cause for concern, and no triggers, no red flags. Why? Because he's charming, right? 9 times out of 10, it works. It's worked here. Now, he's got Miss Melton all to himself. He's managed to seclude her like a lion with his prey.
Can I have council approve for just a second, please?
Why? Auntie Bev, why? This is definitely not a Karen Reed type of trial. Wade Wilson. We covered it the other day.
Once again, the evidence during the course of our guilt phase showed you. He waited. What did he tell his father? He waited for her to fall asleep. And then what wound up happening? Well, he waited because he told detectives he doesn't get scratched, doesn't get hurt, quiet, they don't yell, they don't get away. He's too strong. What does he do then? He goes ahead and inflicts blunt force trauma upon Miss Christine Melton. And then he goes ahead and places his hands around her throat, applies pressure until she is dead. You remember the broken nails? Ladies and gentlemen, the long, drawn-out nature and circumstances surrounding Miss Christine Melton's death is cold, calculated, and premeditated.
No.
He secluded her. He strangled her.
Looking at the chat.
Cold, calculated, premeditated also applies to Miss Diane Ruiz. Remember what he told detectives. I've already done it. I'm going to do it again. That's what was going through his head. Cold, calculated, premeditated. Hours later, that same day, he's in Miss Melton's car. He comes across Miss Ruiz. He tells detectives the way he approaches her is he asks her, "Where is the school?" He calmly befriends her.
I should have asked you guys. I don't know if you wanted to watch Woody.
Manages to get her in the car.
Woody's still on the stand?
What does he say? He says, "We drove to the school?" I was going to drop her off, but in my mind, I knew that I wasn't. And as soon as she was going to get out, I grabbed her by the neck and choked her. She came back to life 3 or 4 times.
Wow. Holy shit.
He didn't do that until he secluded her, ladies and gentlemen. He selected her, secluded, and then strangled.
Damn.
Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but according to him, she came back to life 4 times. And he told you he was not going to let her go. He told detectives, I was going to drop her off, but I knew in my mind I wasn't going to. That's cold, that's calculated, that's premeditated.
Calculated.
Heinous, atrocious, and cruel. The law says it is one that is accompanied by additional acts that show the crime was conscienceless, pitiless, and was unnecessarily torturous to Christine Melton nor Diane Ruiz. It focuses on the means and manner in which the death is inflicted and the immediate circumstances surrounding the death. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we submitted those photographs of those injuries, okay, in addition to the medical examiner's testimony, is because those pictures demonstrate what words can't do justice to in terms of heinousness, atrocity, and the cruelty of these murders. Both Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz endured a high degree of pain, utter indifference. It was outrageously wicked, vile, and shockingly evil, according to the jury instructions.
By the way, FYI, according to Kathy Rusan, that's with Law and Crime, she said that the jury began deliberating at 1:30, like everyone else here said. They will not deliberate past 4:30 p.m. Eastern each day. So the max is 4:30 today.
With regards to Christine Melton, what did you learn? She had a large number of bruises around her body and on her face. She had swollen eyes. She had contusions. She had bruising all over her torso and her arms. She had hemorrhaging on her neck. She had scalp bruising all over. When they removed it, all over. Dr. Coyne described that the blunt force trauma that was inflicted upon Miss Melton was so significant that the force that was directed towards the outside of Miss Melton went to the inside. Okay? All the forces went inward to her body. And what did you hear? You heard about contusions to her lungs. You heard about her liver. You heard about her bladder. You heard about her colon. You heard about her brain swelling, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the brain swelling? The doctor specifically said that didn't happen after the strangulation. That happened before. And that's all prior to the strangulation itself. That's before he puts his hands around her throat, applies pressure to the point where her life leaves her body. High degree of pain with utter indifference. Beat her, strangled her. He didn't care whether she lived or died. That is utter indifference. We get to Diane Ruiz, right? What do we know from her? Fracture of the nasal bone, bruising on both sides of her body. We know about bruising to the back of her forearm, the back of her left hand, the broken finger. We know about, contusions on her upper back. We know about the hyoid bone broken. We know about the tracheal cartilage also being injured. We know about the multiple rib fractures, not only in the front, but also in the back, from significant compression. And then we learn about the hemorrhage to the back of her neck, right? Ladies and gentlemen, we learned that the struggle was so intense that Dr. Coyne said, when we looked at the autopsies of both women from the internal and the external examination, he learned, and now you, that their struggle for the last moments of their life was intense. And we know that he showed utter indifference. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to be putting on evidence today with regards to cold, calculated, and premeditated. We will not be presenting you with any further evidence of any heinous, atrocious, and cruel, because quite candidly, the evidence is already before you and is in a matter of the record. Now, the court is also going to give you an instruction that says you're going to hear about the defendant was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. Ladies and gentlemen, this too is inherent in your verdict and has been proven by the evidence because of the contemporaneous convictions for first-degree murder involving both Miss Diane Ruiz and Miss Christine Melton. When you found for one, you also found for the other and vice versa. Let me explain. He was contemporaneously convicted of a capital felony. Capital felony is first-degree murder. You found him guilty of first-degree murder, not once, but twice. Met that portion of it. Or it's a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. First-degree murder, ladies and gentlemen, is a felony involving the use of violence, the threat of violence to the person. So as you can see, you've already found that as well. The one you're going to hear about today is that a capital felony was committed while a person previously convicted of a felony or under a sentence of imprisonment or on community control or on felony probation. You're going to learn that the defendant was on probation for a felony out of Palm Beach. He was sentenced on September 18th, 2019, just 2.5 weeks prior to these murders. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear victim impact. You're going to hear that it's not evidence of aggravating factors. Okay, what it does show is it does show the uniqueness of Ms. Melton and Ms. Ruiz and the resultant loss that their death caused the community. Now, the judge is going to instruct you in this trial about the process that you'll have to undergo, okay? And the process you have to undergo to determine your sentence is that there's no mathematical equation, ladies and gentlemen, okay, that you have to understand. It's just a weighing process. It's where you get to determine the weight, the substance of the aggravation, and you get to compare it with the mitigation. That's it. And during the course of this case, you may have been thinking, you know what, I'd like to know a little bit more about Mr. Wilson. And what we expect you'll hear is that you'll hear from some doctors, and we expect that the defense will put on and tell you that the defendant has some mental health issues, and we expect that they'll blame some of his history, and they'll be offering this to you. We expect as mitigation for the murders of Miss Christine Melton and Miss Diana Ruiz. Now, the law that you will hear and that you heard during jury selection and that you're going to hear again after, you're going to be instructed that this doesn't compel you, okay, or require you to determine that the defendant be sentenced to death. It does neither of those things, okay? The question before you, ladies and gentlemen, is whether the aggravation, once fully proven, is whether it's sufficient to warrant the death penalty. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the state of Florida, I submit to you, it is.
Come on.
Thank you for your time.
Come on, Lally.
Shit. Thank you. Good morning. I haven't had an opportunity to talk to you since jury selection, so I've looked forward to this. I'm sorry, Judge.
That guy ran off. What happened? Rang the doorbell? Nah, I'm gone. I'm sorry. Look at this guy. That guy's a piece of shit. Take that look to jail and go deal with the other convicts with that look and shit. Think he's so pristine and stoic with this Joker look with tattoos all over. Take that shit to jail. I hope they deal with your ass in jail.
I'll take it.
The most attention he's ever gotten in his entire life.
Thank you. This is opening statement. I want
making sure he's looking at the camera too. Like the camera's on me. Okay, cool. You see his eyes, like. I want to make sure you're looking at the camera.
Caution you on one thing.
Piece of shit. Fuck.
Anything that The state says anything that I say in either opening or closing isn't evidence. We're going to have remarks to you. We're going to have a lot more remarks to you in closing arguments, because that's what it is. It's argument. But please, we're not trying to deceive you or mislead you or anything.
We're not trying to deceive you.
We're sitting here listening to the witnesses. We're taking notes, and you know, maybe we heard it different than what you heard it. There are some remarks that Mr. Gardner just made to you with regard to evidence that came to your attention. I dispute some of those, but we're going to argue those later in this particular proceeding. You use your recollection. You've been taking notes. You get to take notes again during this part of the proceeding. You get to rely on other jurors' recollection of the facts and circumstances as they were presented to you that resulted in the conviction of Mr. Wilson, and you rely on those. Don't rely on the state or I to be 100% factually accurate in all of our representations to you. On behalf of myself, Mr. Hollander, Ms. Perez, more particularly Mr. Wilson, we want to extend our appreciation. What we're going to be asking of you is probably going to be one of the most difficult decisions you'll ever have to make during your lifetime. We know that. We appreciate it. You might be a little bit, confused wouldn't be the right word, because as you sit here, you know there's only two possible penalties. One is life in prison, which means Mr. Wilson would go to prison for the rest of his life. Mr. Wilson will die in prison, or the death penalty, in which case Mr. Wilson will die in prison. The state has told you that they're going to primarily rely on evidence that's already come to your attention. Well, we're going to do that too when we're arguing against the aggravating factors. I'll tell you right from the start, the state has one aggravating factor. I'm not going to argue against it. The fact that there were two homicides that were committed contemporaneously, that's one of their aggravating factors. To argue against that would be ludicrous, and I wouldn't want to try and mislead you. The other one is the fact that Mr. Wilson was on probation at the time that this offense was committed. The beauty of this particular law is that you get to determine what weight you're going to give to these aggravating factors versus the mitigating circumstances. Obviously, we dispute the cold, calculated, and premeditated. The judge has already read the instruction to you. I'm not going to read the instruction in its entirety because this isn't that part of the trial. But please keep in mind as you're contemplating these things that it requires a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection. This isn't just a spur of the moment type of thing. Oh, something pops into somebody's head and they act upon it. It requires a substantial premeditation. We'll get into the argument on that later, and I'll be able to show you examples from the record. The other is with regard to heinous, atrocious, and cruel. That isn't the jury instruction. The jury instruction is especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. And the judge has already given you instructions on what heinous, atrocious, and cruel means and given you examples in the instruction. But the judge doesn't give you and is not going to give you an instruction on especially what makes this particular offense worthy of even your consideration of the death penalty. Why is this that one case that stands out? And you're going to have to make that decision, and that's the big decision with regard to that aggravating factor. Now, you're going to hear some mitigating circumstances, and we've already talked about this. We talked about it in jury selection. The reason they're called circumstances and not factors is because they don't have to be proven beyond every reasonable doubt. They only have to be proven to you by a greater weight of the evidence. A little bit more than not, as we talked about in jury selection. Among the mitigating circumstances, Mr. Gardner even alluded to it. You can take all kinds of things in Mr. Wilson's life and treat them as mitigating circumstance. The few things that you've heard about him from the record seem horrendous. But if you go back and you recall the testimony of witnesses, and this evidence has already been shown to you, when the witnesses were questioned about what Mr. Wilson was like when he's not on drugs,
oh shit,
he's charming, he's polite,
nice,
he's cool. I didn't know they still use that.
So he's cool and he's nice, he's respectable when he's not high off of fucking coke or God knows what he's on. But any other time he's out there murdering people. But if he's not high, whatever, he's nice, respectable gentleman.
Phrase. He's in a good mood. He's friendly. He's outgoing.
Oh, that's not nice.
These are all mitigating circumstances that you can take into consideration when you're weighing them against aggravating factors. The other type of mitigating circumstance that you can use is mental illness. Now, we have two doctors that are going to testify before you here shortly. Dr. Hyman Eisenstein, who's seated over there, he is a neuropsychologist.
The wig?
He will tell you what a neuropsychologist is. He'll tell you what his education is. He'll tell you what his experience is. I don't give a fuck about the neuropsychologist. He'll tell you
he
why
killed 2 people. That's all I need to know.
Is a person.
He was found guilty. He was convicted. He's a convicted murderer. I don't need to hear the psychologist's
that can make
story.
Judgment decisions and give you his opinion as to somebody's mental status.
Okay, it says the wig will be here. Amazon updated it between 2:30 and 4:30. So it's 2:24 right now. So we should have it by the end of the trial. I mean, today's trial, whatever shit. I really don't believe they're gonna come back with a verdict today. Tomorrow's possible. I think tomorrow's possible. It could be interesting. Tomorrow.
He will tell you that he met Wade Wilson, went and sat with him on a couple of different occasions. He'll tell you the batteries of tests that he had Mr. Wilson perform. He'll tell you, well, he'll describe what the tests are and what they're designed to do. He'll tell you how Mr. Wilson did on each of these tests, and then he'll tell you what his conclusion is. I'm not going to tell you, but I expect you to sit and listen. And I apologize in advance. Some of it may not be exciting stuff like some of the things that you've heard. It may be closer to that testimony like DNA evidence, but I know that you're going to pay attention because this portion of the trial is critical. It's critical to you, and it's critical to Mr. Wilson. Then we're going to have Dr. Mark Mills testify. Dr. Mills is a psychiatrist. He met with Mr. Wilson on a couple of occasions. They didn't get to perform any of the tests that Dr. Mills wanted Mr. Wilson to perform. But he, like Dr. Eisenstein, did a lot of background research, contacted relatives of the defendant, it went over the discovery, went over numerous records from other sources, and he will tell you what his opinion is with regard to Mr. Wilson's mental status and why. Now, we anticipate that the state is going to provide another doctor, Dr. Herkov, who likewise is going to get up there and tell you that he met with Mr. Wilson and he has reviewed documents prepared by my 2 doctors, and he'll tell you what his conclusion is. And then you're just going to have to decide which one of the doctors you're going to give the greater weight to as far as formulating your opinion. But I want you to be able to sit.
By the way, Dr. Disrespect, this huge streamer is coming under fire, like a lot of fire. And he was banned from Twitch and nobody really knew why. Okay. And then recently some supposed Twitch employee came out and said it's because this guy was allegedly talking to minors. He was trying to meet up with a minor at some Twitch thing, event or whatever. So that blew up over the last couple of days. It was trending, whatever. And so this person here on Twitter, Fearbuck, says fans noticed Dr. Disrespect edited his original post from it said individual minor to just individual. Dr. Disrespect says the Twitch ban. Hello, I'd just like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the effing BS. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've been I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront. And I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and I. And we made the painful decision collectively to step down, to have me step down. Whoa! Our team is fully incredibly talented and good people that have higher career ambitions and families, and I'd never want to jeopardize the culture we have carefully crafted. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not able or not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Were there Twitch whisper messages, which is it's Twitch whispers, I guess it's like a DM thing. So like direct message or instant message or whatever on Twitch, it's like on their platform. So it says, were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. God damn!
Oh! Somebody! Oh! He needs some milk!
Oh, hell no! The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. They were casual and mutual. Fuck! He admitted that shit? Damn! What the hell? Bro! So apparently they're saying he edited his post. He edited his post and removed individual minor, and he took out and he just left the individual. And so, the internet, they notice everything. Bro! Yeah, I can't. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I can't. There's not much I can say about these people. Okay. Well, I guess after years and years, he says it's true. Wow. My God. What the? All right.
And write this down when you hear from these doctors, the different terms that they're going to use. We anticipate they're going to use terms like schizophrenic and bipolar, hallucination, adjustment disorders, suicidal, paranoia, delusional. They're going to tell you what those things mean. Then you're going to have to figure out.
Somebody said Dr. disrespects editor, and it's P. Diddy. P. Diddy give. Oh, man. That's just wild, dude. That's wild. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt to wait and see, but apparently he admitted it. Oh, my God. Jesus.
Whether or not Mr. Wilson's mental status rises to the level of your consideration to allow him to live. We're going to try and display to you what the thought processes were that were going through Mr. Wilson's head when these events occurred, why they were exacerbated by the consumption of controlled substances. This isn't an excuse for what happened.
A minor.
You've already decided that he killed these 2 women. We're not trying to excuse his conduct. We're trying to explain to you why somebody who's charming, polite, and cool would have done this. And it was something other than taking drugs that made it beyond Mr. Wilson's control.
And he also said these were casual and mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. I've never even met with the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by settlement. I'll have to say this is one of the rare W's I give to Twitch. Because Twitch is like all these weird people over there, they're overly whatever. This is a rare W for Twitch. Okay. All right.
We believe that after you've, and there's a letter you're going to have an opportunity to read, a letter that was drafted by Mr. Wilson's sister that was provided to both of our expert witnesses, that they took that into consideration. They had a chance to talk to his sister. They had a chance to talk to his mom and dad. They got background information that I don't know that Dr. Herkoff has, but nevertheless they have it. And along with the other documents that they've reviewed, they'll tell you how they took that information into consideration. We believe that after you have entertained our mitigating circumstances, you will go back there. You'll do what you need to, have discussions amongst yourself. You'll figure out what facts are really facts and which recitation and closing argument is a variation of the facts. We believe that you will come back. You will return the only recommendation that you can once you finish that weighing process, and that would be the recommendation of life in prison where Mr. Wilson will die. Thank you.
State.
Say we like to call Ms. Lisa Lansky.
You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear at law affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
All right, take the stand.
Who's this? Is that Mama? Don't say that's Mama. Look at this guy.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Lisa Lansky,
Who's this?
Ms. Lansky, where do you work?
the Cape Coral Police Department.
And what do you do for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm a forensic specialist. I mostly do latent print examination.
And how long have you been a forensic specialist?
24 years.
And how long have you been doing latent print examinations?
About the same time, 24 years.
What training have you received as it relates to latent print examinations?
Well, I've got a number of continuing education credits in latent print examination topics, and I am certified as a latent print examiner by the International Association for Identification.
Actually, how many latent print type of comparisons have you conducted over your time with the Cape Coral Police Department?
Wow, I don't know if I could even estimate that. Thousands upon thousands.
Have you ever had occasion to testify regarding the identification of persons based upon fingerprint comparisons?
Yes.
Can you tell us approximately how many times there?
Maybe 30.
Now, did you have an opportunity to review any prints in this particular case?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel can produce and mark this case as if number PP1 and PP2.
All right.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Lansky, I'm handing was produced and marked as states exhibit number PP1 and PP2. Do you recognize those items?
Yes.
And what exactly is states exhibit PP1?
PP1 are the in-court rolled prints of Wade Stephen Wilson taken regarding case number 19 CF 000568 on June 12th, 2024.
And do you also recognize states exhibit number PP2?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a copy of in-court rolled prints of Wade Stephen Wilson taken regarding case 502019 CF 0004668. I don't know what the copy, the certification is June 3rd, 2021.
But that's a certified copy of the actual judgment and sentence itself?
Yes.
And it also contains a order of probation that's attached to it?
Yes.
And that is a court certified record, is that right?
Yes.
Can I approach, Judge?
You may.
And Ms. Lansky, this also reflects that this
think hung
judgment
jury.
sentence was done and ordered in open court on the 18th of September of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been in Palm Beach County, is that correct?
Yes.
I saw some people think that too.
This time, State Exhibit number 1 and 2 evidence at this time is self-authenticating certified records.
No objection, Your Honor. Be admitted.
Now, Ms. Lansky, directing your attention to State's Exhibit number PP1. That is the court certified copy of Mr. Wilson's prints that was taken probably a week and a half ago. Is that right?
Yes.
And what are you looking for in that particular document?
I use this to compare to the set of prints on the other exhibit, and we examine the friction ridge skin information, the impressions of the fingerprints.
What exactly are impression ridge examinations?
Well, the palms of the hand and the soles of the feet have friction ridge skin, and this skin forms patterns where the ridges end, divide into two, have activity. I'm sorry.
We'll stipulate that Mr. Wilson was lawfully placed on probation prior to and was on probation at the time of the events that resulted in his conviction in this case.
Okay. Go ahead.
State will accept that stipulation at this time, Judge.
Okay.
And just one quick question. Ms. Lansky, when you compared the certified prints with the prints on the certified judgment and sentence, you made what conclusion?
That they had the same source, that they came from the same person.
That would have been Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Is that submitted for evidence?
Yes, Judge. We move those into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, and I have no questions of this witness. Thank you, ma'am.
It'll be admitted, and you can step down.
Permission to retrieve the evidence, Judge?
Yes, sir.
The state calls for
Okay, if you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You could just speak up so the
Good
jurors
morning.
can hear
Good
you.
morning.
Please state your name.
My name is Samantha.
And Samantha, do you have someone standing next to you in court?
Yes, this is my husband.
How did you know Christine Melton?
She was my best friend and my cousin.
Now, did you prepare a statement about what Christine meant to you and your family?
Yes.
And before you read that statement, I want to direct your attention to the screen. Did you send some photos to the state that you would like the jury to be able to view?
Yes.
And these have previously been stipulated to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that correct? The defense? Hold on. Yes.
fine, Judge.
No objections?
No objection.
All right. And is there an exhibit number for these? Or anything?
Yes, Your Honor, it'll be PowerPoint States Exhibit 4.
Okay. No objection to that PowerPoint then being admitted into evidence and published?
That's correct.
All right.
Judge, if we could get the avail to tap the screen. Thank you.
Just the first one. Okay, and Samantha, who is this a photograph of?
That's Christine Melton and my daughter wearing outfits that they got for Christmas to match.
Okay, and what did the shirt say?
Do good.
Samantha, would you please read the statement that you prepared to the jurors?
Yes. Christine Melton was my best friend and my cousin until October 7th, 2019. It is my task to describe this beautiful human and to somehow capture Christine in a way that 12 strangers and 2 alternates can understand, using only my words. And I will do so sitting no more than 20 feet from the convicted, who beat Christine, murdered Christine, and threw her away like garbage. I hope you will understand this is not the ideal scenario to be sharing personal stories, although you would have loved them. There are no words to describe the absolutely lovely Christine Ann Melton, but I will try. She was precious, not just to me, to everyone who knew her. She was a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a niece, and a cousin. She was loved, and her life had value. Christine was remarkably funny, had a quick wit, and an entirely unique personality. If you were with her, you laughed. We laughed every single day. When you were with her, you felt safe and understood, never judged. She was a relief to your soul just to sit next to her. She had a way about her. Children loved her because Christine was good and they could feel it. She wasn't an aunt. She was the aunt. Christine was the godmother of my son, and it was her greatest honor and one that she deserved. Our children miss her in ways I could never articulate, and it is gut-wrenching to see them so destroyed. They were robbed of her. Christine will never experience motherhood, a role she was born to play. Christine was strong, brave, independent, loyal. She was the friend you wished you had. She was the friend who got more fired up about your problems than you did. She was fiercely protective and always on your side, even if you were wrong. Christine loved traveling and exploring the world. She would buy plane tickets and figure out the rest later. She loved camping and concerts and Halloween and a themed party of any kind and celebrating life and accomplishments. Christine adored her mother and loved being with her. They were 2 peas in a pod. They were the same and different in all the most beautiful ways. They lived less than 1 block apart in 2019 when this occurred. Every relationship or friendship she had was special because she was part of it. She was a cheerleader to us all. She loved us unconditionally, completely, and with her entire being until October 7th, 2019. Christine's mother has not been at this trial. Once Christine was murdered, she was never the same. How could she be? Her health declined quickly. She left Florida and is now cared for her son in Maryland. Christine's mother is my godmother. She is special just like Christine. When she left Florida, she made me promise to see this trial through, and I have kept that promise. We all have. We have sat through graphic testimony and heard all of the positively gruesome details of how our girl met our end. And I sit here today and I listen, because that's what Christine would have done. She would have sacrificed her sanity to see justice done, and so I have done the same. Losing Christine has been like loving Christine. It's changed the courses of our life forever. The loss of Christine is a wound that will never heal. Never. Losing Christine is like losing the sun. It encompasses you and swallows you whole. Death is difficult, loss is difficult, but losing someone to murder is foul and vicious and soul-crushing. With one exception, I would not wish it on my worst enemy. The prosecution has won this trial, but I assure you, the family, friends, and loved ones of Christine Ann Melton have only lost.
Samantha, now I just want to go through a few of the pictures.
That's my godmother and Christine. At Christmas, they always wore matching aprons. Christine loves Halloween. This is her and some friends as the Golden Girls.
Is Christine on the top right?
Yes, in the yellow, yes.
All right.
That is my Christine and my son, her godchild. It hangs in his room so that he remembers what she looks like. That is a group of us. We went to concerts every year for probably 20 years.
The top photograph, is that Stephanie in the background, Stephanie Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And then the one right behind Christine Melton, is that your sister?
Yes.
All right.
That's Christine and Monty. That was her cat, the one who sat next to her crumpled body.
And is Monty the fat cat we saw in the crime scene photos?
Yes. It's Christine's family, her brother, her mom, her dad. That's her on the bottom, blonde and jumping. It's Christine on Easter, with bunny ears on, with another child who loved her and who will never see her again. That's our family. It's me and my sister, Christine, our grandmother, and our aunt. There she is. Look at her. Look at her. You can see it. I know you can.
Thank you, Samantha.
I haven't. Thank you. You can step down.
Judge State would like to call Zane Romero.
If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. Interesting.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
I'm Zane Romero.
Do you know, or did you know, a young lady by the name of Diana Ruiz?
Yes, that was my mom.
And is there anything that you would like for the jury to consider here today as it relates to this matter?
I wrote a letter.
Will you please be so kind?
My name is Zane Romero. I'm a 19-year-old college student going for my bachelor degree in graphic design. I'm Diane Ruiz's youngest child. I was only 14 years old when she passed. Just starting my freshman year of high school, she was so excited to see me grow up. And so proud of what I was growing into. She supported me in all my dreams and only tried to help and uplift me when taking on new risks and challenges. My father unfortunately passed away when I was only 11 years old. My mother was all I had left. I was barely 2 months into my first year of high school when she passed away. I was in marching band, and the week prior she was telling me how excited she was to go and watch me perform at that weekend's football game. She would have been her first time seeing me perform because that was my first year in that marching band. She never got to see me perform, and I never got the experience of seeing her in the crowd. My mother supported my dreams and only ever wanted me to succeed in life. She always reassured me that my life wasn't going to end if I got a C in math. She always made sure that all the hard work I was putting into my education wasn't going unnoticed. She would always show up with random gifts that helped me and succeeded in my life for what I needed. When I was younger, I originally wanted to be a photographer. My mother went out of her way to find me a professional beginner photographer. She knew I wanted to print my photos, and she bought me a printer with photo paper. I no longer have those dreams, but I still constantly use those items. She was raised in a tough home environment and only ever wanted to give me and my brother nothing like that. She wanted us to grow up in a loving home and for us to be happy. My mother was a single mother who only ever wanted not only for her family but everybody around her to be happy. My mother's life dream was to be able to get married and raise her family. She was so close to getting everything she wanted. I was forced to move states to better accommodate for what I needed for my education. I moved far away from Florida because I grew up everywhere with my mom just to have her be stripped away on a random weekday. I tried my best to avoid going back. She was really excited for my future because she knew I was going to achieve big things, and I refused to disappoint her, even in death, because it helps me push on every day. I would like to share some achievements I've been able to accomplish. I did 3 years of marching band. We achieved superiors in the Blue Ribbon all throughout high school. My senior year, I achieved my high school's most principal award. Sophomore year, I won my first scholarship based off of my art portfolio. I graduated high school. I got accepted into all the colleges I applied and also received a full ride scholarship from one. My senior year, I received the John Philip Sousa Award for marching band. I got my driver's license. I received my first car. During COVID, I ran a whole jewelry business for 2 years at 16. I got my first job. I'm getting my first apartment July. I'm a year ahead in my college education, and I have my first internship as a graphic designer. I only listed 13 out of many, both big and small, achievements. All 13 of these achievements my mom didn't get the chance to see me accomplish. My mother will never get the chance to see me get married, get to see me graduate college as a first generation graduate, get to see me get my first real job. During college, I was sent to the ER for the first time. I got into my first car accident, and the only person I wanted to call was my mom, or how she went missing. I trusted my gut so much. Everything told me that she was coming home, and I haven't been able to trust her again. Or how when I was told she was missing while walking home from my bus stop, or how everybody in my town knew that she was dead before me, or how on my 15th birthday I almost killed myself because I couldn't bear the idea without turning 15 without my mom. I lived 5 years without her, and not a single day has gone by where I haven't been able to not think about her. My mother only had love in her heart, only wanted the best for me, and nothing that happened to her was ever deserved, and she just wanted to live a normal life.
Did you know where your mom was walking to that morning?
Yeah, to work.
And where did your mom work?
The Moose Lodge.
Okay. And how long had your mom been working at the Moose Lodge?
Like 3 years.
And did you know what your mom did for the Moose Lodge?
She was a bartender.
Did she also volunteer at the Moose Lodge?
Yeah.
Did you know whether or not they performed any benefits?
Not any benefits. She would just be there for fun.
Okay. And did you know that the Moose Lodge was for the concern of children and for the elderly?
Yes.
And your mom was very active in that particular community, is that right?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to see a series of photographs in this particular case?
Yes.
And you're familiar with those photographs?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the screen there at the
Had these
right.
been admitted?
We are moving states exhibits PP3, PowerPoint 3 and evidence at this time, Judge. They've
Any
been
objections?
discussed with defense counsel.
No, we have no objection.
All right, to be admitted.
Objection. Merrill, what are we looking at in this photograph?
That's me and my mom at the Moose Lodge on Mother's Day. I don't like pictures taken of myself, and that was the only picture I let her take as a Mother's Day gift.
Very well.
That's my grandpa and my mom when she was a kid. That's my mom when she was younger. That's my mom and my brother while they were at Disney. That is my mom working at the Moose. That is my mom. I'm gonna assume at a bar, I don't know where. That was a picture I took of my mom working an event with her at the Moose.
You say working an event, what do you mean?
It was for something, the camera she got me, she asked me to take pictures and I just went to go take them. That's my mom and my mom and my brother. I took that picture of my mom and her boyfriend on this trail we went on. And that's my mom at the Moose.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this one.
No question.
All right, sir, you can step down.
Judge, at this time, the state would rest.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break. Let's send you back to the jury room for a few minutes.
All rise.
Okay. So, I listened to the testimony of the kid. I felt really bad for that kid. That really sucks. Wait, well, I'm surprised that this shit went on to another day.
I'll do that in a minute. I'm sorry. Sequestration is still invoked, though.
He's tall guy. By the way, like I said earlier, I don't think there's going to be a verdict today. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. But I think there were some people online that thought it was going to be instantaneous because the case is, just like straight out. It's corruption. There's no way, not guilty. We have whatever I think, whatever you think. The jury could be thinking something different. We have no idea. And there's people that could probably disagree. And that could hold everything up. So I don't know. But I didn't think it was going to be anything today.
Correct.
This time doesn't matter because our experts are able to sit.
Right.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Those are the only witnesses.
Those are the only witnesses.
It'll be that jurors are planted.
And then you can be seated. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's true. That's true.
Scheduling wise,
pick it with a conscience. That's true.
Two things. One, I need to have that discussion with Mr. Wilson about whether he wants to testify or not testify. I'll do that in a minute. And then second
I want to know, did he testify yet?
How long do you think your presentation will be with your experts? Will we go past the lunch hour, in other words?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I guess because it's a death penalty case, maybe this is why this is going on for so long. Because they're literally having a day 2 for sentencing. This is like full on 8-hour, 9-hour streams, bro.
Very well. And then, do you think we'll get through one witness prior to lunch, and then we can break for lunch and come back and do another, or?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I anticipate.
Okay.
And then they have a doctor.
Certainly.
Dr. Hercott.
Certainly. When do you want to do a charge conference on the final instructions?
On the keyboard.
When do we want to do that?
I think after our expert testifies.
Okay. All right, then. Are we ready, then, for the defense to begin their presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And state's ready?
That's his turn. Let's see
All
what
right,
the defense
ready to
got
bring
to
the
say.
jury, then. Go ahead.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's been found guilty already. I guess this is the sentencing phase. To decide, I guess to decide whether he gets death or not, or how long. He's already been convicted. It was a really quick trial. The verdict was really quick too. Now this is the sentencing phase.
Good morning.
Are you all set up?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell us your name.
Dr. Hyman Eisenstein.
You said Dr. Eisenstein. What is your profession?
I am a licensed clinical psychologist, PhD.
Do you have a specific area of psychology that is the primary focus of your employment?
I'm a clinical psychologist with a specialty in clinical neuropsychology and forensic neuropsychology.
Would you please tell the jury what neuropsychology is?
Neuropsychology is a study of brain behavior, what the brain is capable of doing, normal, abnormal, the functional, it's the behavioral cognitive assessment of brain functioning.
How does that differ from just regular psychology?
So regular psychology studies abnormal behavior,
doesn't specifically study brain functioning. So this really just zeroes.
Wow. So I have to pause for a second. Thank you to J and M on Twitter for tagging me in this. Your avatar is actually really funny, but because we already have enough drama, I'm not even going to say what your avatar is. It's already maybe on Thursday. By the way, Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Mark the calendar. We're going to be on the second page, and there's going to be a debate, a huge, monumental debate between Biden and Trump. I feel like whatever side you're on, you should be able to come and enjoy. It's probably going to be a shit show. The chat's going to be a shit show. So 8 p.m. Eastern, Thursday on the second page. That morning, I'll make the stream in advance so people know. It's going to be lit. So, yeah, just remember that. But anyway, so what I paused for is because I want to go over these charges. This is big. This to me, this is huge. Okay, so we already knew that second-degree murder was on the table. Karen caused the death of John O'Keefe. 3 options for intent. Intended to kill John O'Keefe consciously or purposefully. Intended to cause grievous bodily harm. And intended to do an act known or reasonable person. Okay, fine. Then you have manslaughter. I guess they meant to type DUI elements, but OUI, but I guess it's probably DUI. Manslaughter with DUI elements. Karen was operating the motor vehicle, operated motor vehicle in a public way under the influence of an intoxicating liquor and or BAC above 0.08. So my guess, my hypothesis, whatever you want to call it, I think it's going to be this. I think they'll go with this. But the other charge, there's even a lesser charge. I feel like they're going to get her on something. The lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter. Karen caused John O'Keefe's death, intended the conduct to cause his death. Her conduct was a wanton or reckless, whatever. This is a really good post. I appreciate that. I think the middle one, I know a lot of people disagree, but maybe people seeing the other charge, the lesser involuntary, maybe people might switch to that. I don't know. And the reason I say that is because so many people took the stand and said, she said, I hit him, or did I hit him? You know, whatever way. Her interview says it too. I don't think this chick walks from this shit scot-free. Now, I don't know how much time is for each. You know, like involuntary versus, you know, manslaughter or whatever. I don't know. Let me say the mods, you don't even have to mod. I don't even want mods that night. Don't even mod. Just let the chat get crazy. Fuck it. Let it go crazy. Just let the chat, let the internet do what it does. Fuck it. Boom. On Thursday night. I told my mother, I said, Mom, you know, it's going to be the debate. She said, oh my God. Yeah, Ma, debate. I think it's Thursday. Debate on Thursday, Ma. Alexa, what's on the schedule?
Now, here are your next two events. On Thursday, June 27th at 8 p.m., there's presidential debate.
That's right.
On Friday, June 28th at 9 a.m., there's TikTok star sentencing.
That's all I wanted to hear. That's it. Presidential debate Thursday, and on Friday we have the TikTok star Ali Abadan, whatever his name is, Ali Ababa. He's getting sentenced on Friday. So yeah. Hoax said I'll mod. I couldn't even imagine Hoax being a mod. Imagine Hoax as a mod. Yo, oh my God. So I don't know. Really interesting though. I don't think she's gonna walk away scot-free. But honestly, if she gets this manslaughter thing, I think it's a W for them and the team. If she gets this lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter, it might be a W for her. But honestly, I don't think anything will be a W for them because they feel she had nothing to do with it. So I don't know. We'll have to see. But interesting.
On brain functioning.
Okay. What can you give us a brief background of your education that was required of you to become a neuropsychologist?
So my PhD from the University of Health Sciences, Chicago Medical School. I graduated in 1982. I completed an internship at Fairfield Hills Hospital, which was a large state psychiatric hospital in Newtown, Connecticut. After that, I completed a one-year postdoctoral study at Yale in the West Haven VA, the seizure program that specialized in neuropsychology. I continued to working at Fairfield Hills Hospital. I was on the forensic unit for the next 4 years.
There's even other charges. Lesser included offense, motor vehicle homicide, only if the jury is not convinced of manslaughter. Leaving the scene of an accident. With multiple charges, okay. I get her on something.
4 years. That was an all-male forensic unit. We moved to Florida in 1986. I was the head psychologist of the head trauma program at Sunrise Rehabilitation Hospital. After that, I went into private practice. I worked on staff hospitals as a consultant. Several hospitals have closed, but Mount Sinai Hospital has remained open, and I've been on staff for almost 40 years.
Are you licensed by the state of Florida?
Yes, licensed in the state of Florida. And I also have my diplomate from the American Board of Professional Neuropsychology.
All right, educate me. What does that mean?
So diplomate status means that amongst one's colleagues, you're considered to be proficient at the highest level possible, and this is in the area of clinical neuropsychology, again, the study of brain behavior, and it's an assessment and validation with the highest level in terms of clinical achievement.
Is that a state award or is that a national award?
That's a national award.
And do you have any idea how many people have achieved this level of competence?
I think about 1,500.
Occasionally, are you retained to do examinations and provide opinions in cases such as this?
Yes.
And how many times have you done that?
I've probably evaluated about 150 individuals on capital cases, maybe a little more.
Okay. Have you also worked in the federal system?
Yes.
And in what capacity?
I've also evaluated individuals in clinical forensic, neuropsychology in the forensic area as well, in the federal area as well.
Okay. Now, you were retained or you were appointed to assist the defense in this case, were you not?
Correct.
And you agreed to work under the rates promulgated by the JAC, a state agency, is that correct?
That's correct.
So how much are you being paid per hour for the work that you've performed on the case?
$300 an hour.
And that's what the state agrees to pay you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're willing to take that?
Correct.
Do you know about how many hours you've devoted to this particular case?
Well, I've billed so far 31 hours, but additional hours have been spent in this case.
Have you always been retained by the defense in these types of cases?
Yes.
Oh my God, I didn't know I was on top of the psychologist. I had no idea. Sorry.
How did you first become involved in this case?
I was first, there was a request for an order by the previous lawyer, Mr. Jaffe. This goes back over a year. And Mr. Jaffe was going to appoint me, but the order was never signed by the judge. At that point, he withdrew, and then new lawyers came on the case. So new orders have to be assigned. So that's when you and your Mr. Hollander got involved in the case.
And Ms. Perez.
And Ms. Perez, correct.
Did you have a chance to go over any materials generated by either a law enforcement agency or another investigative agency to bring you up to speed as to what the allegations were against Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And what did you review, if you recall?
Well, there was the criminal investigation reports, basically interviewing individuals in terms of the background and connection, affiliation with this particular case.
Okay. Did you have a chance to ever meet with Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I did.
How many times have you met with Mr. Wilson?
So I met with Mr. Wilson on 3 occasions, June 18th and 19th, for a total of 7 hours.
Okay. Were you able to obtain other background information pertaining to Mr. Wilson, such as jail records or other medical records?
Correct.
And do you know how many pages you had the opportunity to review?
There were hundreds and hundreds of pages from the Department of Correction, mental health, jail records that I reviewed.
Okay. And is there anything that you specifically recall at this time having read that indicated to you that Mr. Wilson may have mental health issues?
The records going back over 10 years were indicative that Mr. Wilson presented with numerous psychiatric, psychological symptomatology. He was on a variety of different psychotropic medications. They tried many medications. He currently is on medication, lithium and Celexa. Both those are psychotropic medications.
What do you mean by psychotropic?
Psychotropic are medications that deal specifically with major mental illness, either psychosis or depression or a combination of both. He's been treated for these conditions for over 10 years, reflective in the records.
Do you recall any specific diagnoses, medical diagnoses?
He's been diagnosed with several different bipolar.
Oh shit, them bipolar
he's
motherfuckers
been
crazy.
Diagnosed with depression,
They
anxiety.
crazy, motherfucker. Nah, I know, because I when I've said it before, no, my mother bipolar, my cousin bipolar. They're not crazy. I'm not saying they all crazy. I'm just saying I've dated 2 bipolar people, and they're crazy as fuck. If they don't follow their medication guide and take their meds and all that stuff, they're crazy. What?
He's been diagnosed.
I can't watch you no more. I can't watch
schizophrenia.
I'm telling you my experience.
He's been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder.
Oh, yeah. Just check off the list. I got all that shit too. Fuck it. So you can't hold me accountable for any of my tweets or my videos because I have conditions too. So you can't hold me accountable for anything that I do or say. I really need to like find some shit and go to a doctor and just have them diagnose me with some bullshit so I can say the same thing. Just like Karen Reed, because they say she got MS. So now, because she got MS, nothing she says she can't be held accountable for. None of her actions can be held accountable for. That's what they say. So if I find some condition or an ailment, I got a condition too. So they can't judge me and call me all this shit. I got a condition.
Adjustment disorder. There's a variety of...
I'm going to study and search the DSM-5 or whatever book. I'm going to find some shit in there.
Different diagnoses that have been offered in the
I got that shit too.
Okay. Did you have a chance to talk to, in enhancing your background information, did you have the opportunity to talk to any other individuals related to Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And who was that?
So I spoke to his mother and father, Mr. Steve and Miss Candy Wilson, and I also spoke to his sister, his oldest sister, Dr. Wendy Wilson.
Okay.
That's true, Gina. That's
As a
true.
result of your conversations with these individuals, did you obtain any background
That's true,
information
Kitty.
as to
That's true.
Wade Wilson's progression through life?
Yes.
And what information did you obtain that you felt was useful in reaching your ultimate diagnoses?
Mr. Wilson.
What is this?
Yeah, it's just me and one other guy now, young.
Is Pimp Squad still holding it down? Is it just you and one other guy now?
Yeah, it's just me and one other guy now, young POP, you know what I'm saying? He's locked up at the moment, but once he get out, he gon' hold me down. He been holding it down from day one, and it's all the rest of my friends done shook the spot. Nah, nigga can't pop bottles in the club, you know, pay they way in the club. You know how it is when they leeches, but Leroy Rito, a.k.a. P.O.P., he been there for me through it all, man. Real talk.
Let's talk about your mom. How's she doing? Have you seen her? Did she talk to you?
Yeah, you know, she write me, you know what I'm saying? She come through when
P.O.P. holding it down.
she can. She hold me down.
How many times has she been to visit you?
She ain't gonna come visit me because she can't stand seeing me behind the glass, so that's out the question. My mama will come up here, turn like Murray right.
Do you feel like that's your fault that she won't come visit you, or do you feel like that's her fault?
Hey, I'm an innocent, but I don't look at it that way. But my mama like a.
If you don't know this person, let me play the original clip.
Hey, I'm an innocent bystander. They saying I drove a getaway car, but I cannot see. I'm legally blind. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. I'm innocent.
Come on this way.
So are you from Houston?
Man, I'm from Port Arthur, Texas, and I'm a female. I did not drive no getaway car.
She said, sir.
I'm legally blind.
How'd you get wrapped up with these folks?
I got wrapped up. I was walking down the street and I caught a ride.
So you don't know these folks then, is what you're saying?
I know two of them. I don't know the other two. They saying I drove a getaway car, but I'm legally blind, so how I'ma drive a car?
So did you know what happened to the 73-year-old victim then, or
I don't know what.
The driver that's legally blind is driving the car. That's what I'm saying. I need a condition too. Fuck
That
it.
happened. I just know what the police said.
So you can't see at all?
Huh?
You can see though, right?
I'm legally blind. I can see barely, but I'm an innocent bystander.
Getaway driver.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't do nothing. I don't know what's going on. All I know is my side of the story. I can't tell no other story. I'm innocent. And Mama, I love you. P.O.P. Hold it down. Right, these all good Pimp Squad, baby, for life.
Pimp Squad. Okay. So I don't know. Somebody sent me this. I just realized they sent me like an update.
Terrifying moments for a woman who woke up.
Sensitive person when it comes to me. She'll be crying the whole visit, and you know, she already be thinking they be doing me wrong. She be calling up here on every set. I wouldn't want her to come up here seeing it, because that'll make me, you know what I'm saying, shed tears.
From the moment when the YouTube thing hadn't happened yet to the moment when it happened, how did you first hear about it?
Man, I was like, this officer named Mr. Simmons, he was like, what do P.O.P. mean? What's Pimp Squad? And I'm like, where you heard that from? And he was like, you're an internet sensation. And I'm like, oh yeah?
Did you think he was kidding?
I don't know, it kind of had messed my head up, but now I don't think he was kidding, because he wouldn't have known, you know, this is country time. They wouldn't have known anything about me way from Port Arthur, you know what I'm saying P.O.P. hold it down, Pimp Squad. So I knew he knew something. And then like the next day, it's this girl from New Orleans, my home girl. She was like, Ryan, man, I heard you on the radio. I heard they was playing your audio on 106 The Beat, you know what I'm saying? And they said Free done the good. I'm like, man, stop lying.
Since you've gotten in here, have you heard about this TV show Orange is the New Black? Do you know what that is?
Nah, I never heard of it.
Over the past, I want to say like 2 years, maybe 36 months, there's been 2 or 3 seasons of this TV show on Netflix that's been a runaway, breakaway hit, and it's about women in prison. And it makes life in prison for women seem fascinating, like it's a soap opera almost. In the TV show, the women date each other, they get into fights, there's conflicts and stuff. Is it like that in prison, or is that just TV?
Man, it's like that in here, man. Like,
Go ahead.
90% of the fights, 95% of the fights in here is behind, they love us.
Have you gotten into a fight since you were in there?
I got in a fight in the kitchen, but matter of fact, it was with a female. I was pimping out her money.
No, you're saying you're pimping out women in jail?
All right, so what happened?
Basically, I ain't want to be with her no more. She was talking down, and I was like, bitch, get on. And she was like, your daughter's the bitch, and I whipped her. But the law ain't see somebody snitched on me.
Was she pretty?
Huh?
Is she pretty?
Is she what?
Is she pretty, attractive?
Man, nah, she out of there. I was just using her for her money because my money was funny at the time, know what I'm saying?
Who are you to talk?
And I was doing bad, so the next best thing I'm gonna do is, talk a female out her cash where they could put money on my books through Huntsville.
So, do you have a new girl that does that?
Nah, the female I'm with right now, I really like her for her, know what I'm saying? So it ain't nothing like that.
And is she in there?
Yeah, she in here.
How'd you guys meet?
Man, we was highs together and said, and things, one thing led to another.
And is there sex in prison? You don't have to get anyone into trouble.
Yeah, they be doing their thing.
How does that happen? I mean, you have to sneak off somewhere, right?
Yeah, you gotta, sneak in the shower when the law ain't looking, The population, they be sneaking in each other's cubicles, have somebody watching for the laws, they get it in.
So that brings me to my next question. Is there anything about prison life that you like?
Nah, it ain't nothing about it I like.
Being around a lot of girls all the time doesn't do anything?
Nah, man, in the world, I don't be around no females unless they my family members or my girl. I don't like females because they messy, dramatized.
Oh, shit.
And it's just too...
So, I was talking earlier about how the Black Lives Matter movement's picked up a lot of steam, particularly in the black community. This is a huge thing. President Obama got behind this. It probably never would have happened with George W. Bush. At the same time, now there are some attacks on police officers. Have you heard about that?
Yeah.
There have been repercussions against cops, including here in Texas. And some people think that's fair and some don't. What do you think?
Man, I think it's fair, know what I'm saying? It's a lot of crooked laws.
So... recently, there was this guy named Darren Goforth. He's an officer in Houston, and while he was pumping gas. And this woman up in Woodlands, Texas, named Monica Foy, said she was glad that Darren Goforth thought he had creepy pervert eyes. And now people are attacking her on the internet. What do you think about that?
Man, it's a freedom of speech. She entitled to say what she want to say, but at the end of the day, when you're a crooked law, what goes on in the dark comes to the light, you go get yours.
Do you think there are any good cops?
Nah, it could be, because I done got
P.O.P. holding it
pulled
down.
over with drugs before, know what I'm saying, with a homeboy, a bag of rocks, and the law just let us go, know what I'm saying?
Oh, I get it. So the good cops are the cops that if you get caught with drugs, aka rocks, that they let you go.
So there is some good cops.
That's some good cops.
What did they do with the rocks?
He let me keep them.
He let you keep them?
Yeah,
oh, shit.
send me on my way.
That almost seems like a trick. Like he followed you somewhere? I mean, what do you think?
Nah, he ain't followed us. We was making sure. I was paranoid. Probably 10 blocks. Once we got 10 blocks where we was from, I got out and I went dump people trash can. The trash cans was in front of the street, waiting to get picked up. I went and dumped all the bags out of there and put my bag of dope in there and put the bags back. And we rolled around for 30 minutes and went back and got it because we was paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some good cops, but there's a lot of crooked cops.
Okay. That's a P.O.P. holding it down. Herm says, where's this girl from? I think Texas. I think that's what they were saying, Texas. This person is part of a huge internet, a viral meme. P.O.P. holding it down. She could be somewhat blind. I guess there's different, varying degrees of blindness and stuff. That's a possibility, but it's kind of funny. P.O.P. holding it down.
Was adopted by Steve and Candy Wilson almost after birth. Both the older sisters,
Texas.
Wendy
Texas.
and Whitney, are the biological daughters of Stephen Candy Wilson. And through a church gathering, they found out that
Let's do Woody tomorrow,
Mr.
Donnie.
Wilson's mother,
I think they're for today. They're almost over. I think they're gonna go till 4:30.
biological mother was 14 years old, had mental illness, had medical issues, and was unable to care for Wade Wilson. Shortly thereafter, they adopted him and became part of the family, the unit of the two older sisters and Mr. Wade Wilson, the youngest.
In Mr. Wilson's younger years, were there any, did they express any concerns about his mental health, or was he average?
So throughout his younger years, up through puberty, he was functioning fine. He was active in sports. He was part of the family.
He went to church?
He went to church.
He went to church?
On a regular basis. For the most,
How was he as a
Changed
student?
my mind now.
he was a good student.
All right, what happened after puberty?
So they found that there was a dramatic change that occurred in puberty. His mental health changed. His behavior changed. He became reclusive, paranoid, mood swings, very aberrant behavior. He would sometimes think that there are people aliens out to get him. Very concerned about the family, the parents, and he became very disruptive and very, very difficult to manage.
Did he start experimenting with controlled substances?
Yes.
What type of help did the family try and get for Wade Wilson when they first started noticing these behaviors?
So they tried to get mental health treatment. They sought out psychologists. Mr. Wilson was not cooperative and very difficult in terms of trying to get him the help that they sought. And unfortunately, it was only through the police, when his behavior became destructive, that intervention finally occurred.
There's a terminology in our system called the Baker Act, where people are involuntarily placed in a mental health facility. Was that process utilized for Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And how old he was when that occurred?
I think he was about 15 or 16, and he was Baker acted.
Did that term of involuntary placement, did that result in any corrective action of his behaviors?
No.
Do you recall reviewing anything else in order to assist you with your ultimate determination and diagnoses?
I did review a letter from Dr. Wilson.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Let me show you what's been marked as our Exhibit A, just for purposes of identification at this point. You recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that document an accurate reproduction of the letter you received from her?
Correct.
Now, let's get to the testing of Mr. Wilson. You're armed with this information, and you go to see Mr. Wilson, and your profession utilizes testing, does it not, in order to assist in diagnosing a mental health issue?
Yes.
All right, let's go through the tests that you asked him to perform. What was the first test you did?
So the first test I gave him was it's called the TOM, Test of Memory Malingering.
What's the term malingering?
Malingering is a state where somebody tries to fake, they try to embellish They try to give responses that are not true responses, not accurate responses, not honest responses. The term that we use is malingering, or faking or lying. So as neuropsychologists, we want to make sure that every test that we're giving, the individual's really trying their best. They're giving their best performance, their optimal performance. So we have now utilized several different what's called malingering measures to test to see whether or not the individual is really putting forth full effort.
And can you, excuse me, can you, excuse me, can you describe the test itself?
So this is one test. Again, there are several malingering measures that were used. This is called the test, again, of memory malingering. The individual is shown 50 pictures, and then they have to, another set of 50 pictures are shown, one of the 50 pictures that they just saw, and an extraneous picture. And they have to identify the picture that they saw.
Let me interrupt you 1 second. All of the tests that you asked him to perform, are these tests that are accepted industry-wide amongst neuropsychologists?
Correct. These are all standardized tests. There's norms meaning that each test, the number are based on the averages. They're based on if they're above, below average. It's called standard deviation. Again, how much these scores deviate from the mean, the average. So yes, every single test is based on normative data.
Okay, you didn't design any of these tests yourself?
No, I did not.
Okay. I interrupted you, and I'm sorry. How did he perform on that first test?
He did perfect. The test was given 50 items. He recalled all 50 items. Again, the 50 items were shown. Again, then after that, 2 items were on the next 50 cards. He chose all 50 correct. And then half hour later, without repeating the 50 items, but with 2 items on the cards, again, his score was perfect, 50. So he got 50, 50, 50, perfect scores.
What did that tell you about how he was trying to do on the tests?
So it was my understanding that that Mr. Wilson was really trying to perform his best. He wanted to show me how well he can do on these tests, and that was certainly, I complimented him. I told him that his performance was very good. He was putting forth full effort, and that's exactly, as a neuropsychologist, one wants to assess that they're honest and they're putting their full effort. And after the battery of tests, then I can make a determination where there's strengths and weaknesses, there's high points, there's low points, and what deficiencies may exist.
Before you started the first test, did you have some concerns as to whether or not he was going to take any tests or how he was going to perform on the malingering tests?
Yes. So knowing a little about of some of his background from Ms. Perez, it was questionable whether or not Mr. Wilson was actually going to be willing to participate. Initially, we met in a room, an open area. There was a desk and chairs, and the officers stated that they have to remain in the room the entire time. 2 officers have to remain in the room the entire time. Mr. Wilson raised issues of confidentiality. One of the issues certainly with taking any type of psychological, neuropsychological test is that it's performed in confidence. I agreed with him. I said, you're right. There's no reason why the officers need to be here. So then Ms. Perez came up with the idea that let's go to the attorney interview room where there was a glass separating Mr. Wilson and myself.
Okay. Now, in order to perform some of these tests, does Mr. Wilson have to actually be able to access the documents that you're referring to?
Yes, he does.
And the new room, was that able to accommodate you in your effort to have him have actual contact with these documents?
So fortunately, there was a 2-inch slit at the bottom of the glass that I was able to pass through different items, different material that he was able to respond or to take in order to participate and fully evaluate his ability to take the various different measures.
But that small gap doesn't necessarily accommodate the materials in every test that you would want him to perform. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you also familiar with Dr. Mark Mills?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Mills had gone in to see him before you?
Yes.
Okay. You told us about the first test. Talk to me about the next test, please.
So on June 18th, I also performed the Dallas Kaplan Executive Function System, the trail making test, 1 through 5. What is noteworthy on this test, and I think this is part of his mental status, how Mr. Wilson, how his mind works. He's very impulsive, he's very fast, and he has accuracy at the beginning, but it very quickly waxes and wanes. So on these tests, which are time...
Is there a term that you attribute to this, like perseveration?
Right, so perseveration.
Perseveration, thank you.
Right, so that's a test that I'm going to be talking about, which I performed on the second day.
Okay, I'm sorry, you go ahead then.
But what's noteworthy is on these measures, he scored all within the normal limits. These are very short in terms of 1 minute, maybe a little more. But he's able to focus his attention for very short periods of time. And he did well on these tests, but on other tests, even given the same day on fluency, he starts out okay, but he rapidly declines.
What do you mean by fluency?
So the fluency test was 3 different measures that asked him to do either letter fluency, or category fluency, or switching.
I think the jury might want to hear exactly how the test is performed, because these terms keep coming out and they need to hear physically what you're having him do in order to complete the test.
Okay, so just going back for a second for the trail making test, the first condition was just to cross off the 3s on the sheet, and he did fine. He completed this in 15 seconds, very fast. The second condition was to follow numbers in sequence, and again, he completed this in 30 seconds. Again, his performance was fine. The third was letter sequencing. Again, just the letters in order, and again, he did this in 26 seconds, very rapidly. The third was switching between number letter, which is a complicated task, and he went back and forth through some of the same numbers, but he completed this in 49 seconds. Again, very rapidly. And the third was just going through following dotted lines. Again, he did rapidly, 18 seconds, he completed the task. So he did quite well on these conditions of very rapid, quick abilities. The next test was letter fluency, where I asked him to tell me as many words he could generate with the letter F. And this is again in 60 seconds. And he got 12 words. With the letter A, he got 13 words, and the letter S, he got 16, and then this task was within the normal limits. The breakdown came on the next, which was category fluency. He did okay in the first 15 seconds, the second 15 seconds, but by the third 15-second segment, he only came up with 1 word, and then his mind went blank. No more responses. And similar with boys' names. He was able to do okay in the first the second, and even the third, but it tapered off. And by the fourth 15-second segment, again, his mind went blank, and the total score here is in the borderline range.
What do you mean by borderline?
So borderline is a score that is equivalent to an IQ of 70. It's already the lower percentile in terms of one's functioning. So one sees over here that there's some major decline in terms of how his mind is able to process information.
Okay.
And then in the last test, which is category switching, again, the first 15 seconds he was okay. It diminished the second, the third, and then by the fourth 15 second, again, no response. Again, this is a borderline 75, where, again, there's a diminished capacity over time.
Do you think he was malingering on the last test, on both of these categories, and that he did so poorly?
So one may have suspected that that could have been a possibility. However, throughout his performance on the entire battery, it came to a point where he did quite well in the beginning, and then over time he just couldn't respond, didn't respond, and was not able. So that was a pattern that was throughout the testing. So I do believe that he tried, and yet somehow his brain is able to go like, in a car, he could go like 0 to 70 in a few seconds, but then he couldn't sustain that. He couldn't keep that level up, and then rapidly went back down to 0.
Okay. Did you have him perform any other tests?
That was what I completed on the first day of testing
All right.
on June 18th. On June 19th, the next day, it's Wednesday, last Wednesday, I did another malingering measure to start out with. This was called the word choice. The individual is shown 50 words on a card. Each word is repeated. I say it out loud. And they have to respond whether it is either natural or it's man-made or it's natural. That's the instructions on the test. After the 50 words are presented, then the individual is given a card with 2 words on it. One of the words was the correct and the other was an incorrect word, and they have to correctly identify the word that was stated.
All right, now I'm a little confused. What do you mean by one was a correct word and one was incorrect? Was it spelled incorrectly or was...
No. So, for example, one of the words, let's say, was bird. And then he would respond, is bird natural or is that man-made? So Mr. Wilson said, bird is natural. Let's say another word, lightning. Again, it's on a card. I say lightning, and then he has to say, is it man-made or is it natural? And he would say, it is natural. Another word, just to give an example, game. And he would say, and I would say game, and then he would say that's man-made. So 50 words like that are presented. After the 50 words are presented, then he's given a card. On the card, it has 2 words, crib and bird. And he responded the correct word by saying bird, which was one of the words that I said. And you go through, there's 50 words. His score was 48 out of 50. He made 2 errors, but still that is considered to be in the normal limits, and again, indicative that he's not malingering. He's not looking to say the wrong word. He's not looking to fake and to be disingenuous or try to say, the incorrect word.
Okay. Continue with, how did he do on that test?
That was fine. That was
the 48 out of 50?
Right, correct.
Okay.
The next test that I gave him was the Ray complex asterisk figure. He had to copy a figure. The figure is a complicated design.
Tell the jury what it's comprised of. I mean, is it
log cabin? Is it a deer? What is it?
So this is what the picture looks like. It's a little small, but obviously without the numbers. This picture is given to the individual. They have to copy the picture.
Do they get to copy it while they're looking at it?
That's correct.
Okay.
And this is his copy. So his copy, as you can see the difference between the original and the copy. The copy is right in front of him. This is a copy that has many distortions, what's called graphic distortions. The copy is inaccurate. It reflects what's considered to be a right hemispheric parietal occipital lobe impairment. When you see this type of picture in terms of the inability to copy something to such an extent with such major distortions, it raises issues in terms of the graphic, the motor, the visual, the sensory. There are many, many skills involved, and the picture is just a distortion in many ways of the original. And this is moderately to severely impaired in terms of when it's scored on normative data. Again, there's individual scoring in terms of getting.
Yeah, and how do you score something like that? Is that subjective? Is there an objective standard?
So there's an objective scoring. For example, there's 18 different elements, and for number one, cross upper left corner outside of the rectangle. So there's very specific criteria how you score it. It's either scored 2 points, 1 point, half a point, or no points. So again, based on his performance, he got 23 out of 36 possible points.
Where does that put him on the scale?
So that was 2.4 standard deviations below the mean.
Okay, now you're going to have to explain that. Well, maybe not. Maybe you just need to explain it to me. What's the mean?
So the mean on every test means the average. That means the average would be how many people would score in this particular range, in the average range.
And you said he was 2.4 deviations below that?
That's correct.
Okay, so what percentage of the people testing would that put him into?
Well, that would put him very low, the lower percentiles. We can talk about psychometric equivalence. We're trying to just compare, to simplify apples to apples. In other words, 100 is the average. Each 15 points, and I'll talk about that soon in the IQ, it goes 1 standard deviation above and below. And the same thing in any other measure. We talk a standard deviation means that there's a certain percentage of the population is below. 2 standard deviations would be like a 70, which is borderline, and below that is even lower. We're talking about the very low end of the population.
And you said that it indicated to you what could be an issue with what part of his brain?
Well, usually the right brain, which is the nonverbal brain, and that would be considered the occipital parietal lobe. Again, sensory ability, graphic distortions, and this type of performance in of itself, I'll never make any conclusions based on one single test, but it's accumulation of all the tests, all consideration, the entire profile. But certainly this is a red flag in terms of there's something really deviant about his ability here.
Okay. Now, you used the term deviant. You mean deviation as not deviant as in evil or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And then I gave him a half-hour delay recall, which was missing elements.
So was that drawing supposed to have been done based upon the original drawing that you showed him, that you just showed the jury?
That's correct.
But that had the element of memory in it because he didn't have the original drawing in front of him.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right.
All right. And what were his results in that test?
So, because one expects that one will not remember over a half hour, there's going to be a memory decline. So it was only 0.75 standard deviations. It was less than 1 standard deviation. So on a relative norm, this performance was better compared to the original, although it's missing elements. But at least what he did remember wasn't as distorted. So there's elements here. I mean, there's some distortions, but still he was able to get mostly the main items. I mean, not all. Mostly he didn't. He got only 10 out of the 36 in terms of scoring. And yet, again, there's consideration given because there's a half-hour delay. The next was the IQ, the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, 4th edition.
Some of these tests are like a 4th or 5th edition. Obviously, as time goes on, do they make modifications to the testing procedures?
Right. So the WACE, the Wechsler, has been modified 4 times already, maybe 5 times, every 10 years or so. And I'm sure they're in the process of redoing the test. The norms are updated. There's new questions. The test becomes more sophisticated in terms of statistical analysis. So it's an upgrade each 10 years or so in terms of the performance on the test.
I think you've already told us that all the tests you asked him to perform are widely accepted in your field.
Right. So the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale is the gold standard. I can mention that in the jail records, the DOC records, they gave him the Beta, which is a screening device. His IQ came out always around 100, maybe a little low, 98. That was done a few times. But the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale is the gold standard for intellectual assessment.
Okay. Now, it tests several areas, does it not?
Correct. So the test is divided into several different subtests. His performance is both on the verbal and the performance. There's attention, concentration, processing. It's broken down into, again, different elements, and ultimately there's the full scale is obtained. As I mentioned before, Mr. Wilson did okay in the beginning of every single test, but then as it became more difficult or as it became more complex, he said he couldn't do it. And even though I tried to encourage him, sometimes I was able to encourage him to do more, sometimes I was not able, and the complexity of the test made it difficult for him to do it, even to try, and that's when he said, I can't do it. So that happened many times throughout this IQ test.
Okay. What were the final scores or results?
So the full scale IQ is 92. 92 is the 30th percentile. It's the lower end of the average range. The average range goes between a score of 90 and 109. So this score is really a composite of 4 different subtests.
Did he express or did he score lower on some sections than others?
Yes. So the highest was verbal comprehension. That was just verbal, which is his strength, and that was a score of 98. That was at the 45th percentile.
That would be the left hemisphere.
That's correct.
Okay.
More or less.
Okay.
On perceptual reasoning, which is the nonverbal, he scored 77, which is in the borderline range, at the 6th percentile, and a 21-point split between the verbal and the perceptual, which is significant. That's statistically significant, a 21-point split, a discrepancy. Working memory was 95, that's average, and processing speed was 108. That was his highest score. That was in the upper end of the average range at the 70th percentile. So a few things. First of all, the fact that he had done so well in processing, which again is quick, fast, repeating digits, forward, backwards, he did very well. And short, very short items, very quick. Mr. Wilson is very good. Gave me his full performance, his best performance. But the discrepancy between the processing speed and perceptual reasoning is 31 points. That's over 2 standard deviations between these two scores. And I refer to discrepancies in IQ as cognitive dysregulation. And
what does that mean?
What I mean by that is one expects that IQ, when it's given, both right and left hemispheric skills should be more or less equal. One expects there shouldn't be such discrepancy between different skills. One should be able to do both of them at their best ability. And when there's such discrepancies between different skill levels, one suspects that there may be something that is going on in terms of their brain functioning that could explain why is it that on some areas he's functioning quite well and other areas he's quite poor. So that's what I refer to as cognitive dysregulation. Again, statistically, this is significant in terms of the differences, and these discrepancies are to be noted in terms of the overall analysis as to why this is occurring.
Okay. Did you ask him to perform any other tests?
Yes. So I asked them also to conduct the Wide Range Achievement Test, 5th edition. It's an achievement test, and his scores were basically normal in the average range. Word reading was 104, spelling 100, sentence comprehension was 110. That's all greater than the 12th grade level. So consistent with the fact that he completed high school, he obtained his GED. These scores are all consistent. Math computation was the lowest, 87. He has difficulty with math, and that was at a grade equivalent of 6.1. And that's consistent with, again, his transcripts and records in terms of his math abilities. Now, probably the most significant test in terms of neuropsychological functioning was the Wisconsin card sorting test.
Explain to the jury what that test is.
The Wisconsin card sorting test is a test of executive functioning.
What do you mean by executive function?
So frontal lobe ability, the front part of the brain, right here, this is the frontal lobes. If you put your fingers right over here, this covers the whole frontal lobe. The frontal lobes are the functioning that we all have in terms of decision making, problem solving, ability to stop and to consider different options, to think. Every one of us needs our frontal lobes on a daily functioning. Very simple example, like you're sitting and you're crossing the street, there's a red light, the red light tells you to stop. The green light tells you to go. So you have to use your frontal lobes to understand and recognize that red means stop, green means go, and to figure out that that is for one's safety, and one should wait until it turns green, whether you're driving or walking. Again, that's a frontal lobe activity, simply to process information, to weigh it, to look at it, and to understand, obviously, the benefits and figuring out that how that can ultimately be beneficial for the individual. That's on a very simple level. But the frontal lobes are needed for every activity that we do in our daily lives.
Okay, and how does this test measure that?
So, so this test, the individual is given a set of cards. They have to match the cards to either the color, the form, or the number. They're not given any instructions to how to do the test, but they simply have to, the examiner, myself, will say either you're right or wrong. They have to first complete 10 cards in a row with the color scheme, followed then by 10 cards in a row with the form.
What do you mean by form?
So it could be a cross, it could be a triangle, it could be a circle. Again, one has to match the card to the same form of the 4 cards that appears. And finally, the number, how many numbers of items are in the particular card, whether it would be, again, circles, there'd be 4 circles, or three triangles. Again, one has to follow that pattern. Now, individual is told that they're right if they complete the set. And of course, again, the instructions are not given other than I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. So he got the first 10 right about color. He understood that almost immediately. The next was form. And what happened is he starts to get it correct, but then he's unable to sustain the mental processes to continue with the form. And then he goes back to an incorrect response. And this goes on and on. And that's what's called a perseverative response. Perseverative means that you perseverate on the wrong answer. There's a sequence that is required. The individual has to follow the same pattern in terms of their mind, in terms of their mental abilities to sustain the same answer in order to get it correct. And that's where he has, there's a breakdown in terms of the mental functioning, and that's perseverative errors. He doesn't get 10 correct until almost half the test is completed of the form. So all the time, he keeps on getting wrong answers. And then he gets correct, then he gets wrong. This goes back and forth.
Okay. And now you had color, you had form, and what was the last one?
It was color, form, and number.
Oh, and the number. You've already told us how he was doing on all 3 then.
Right. So the number, he did not get the number correct until almost the end of the test. He got that correct, so he got 3 total categories. But after number, it goes back to color. Mr. Wilson never got that concept. He couldn't figure out that you have to go back to color again. And at the end of the test, he committed 19 perseverative errors. So that was, at the end of the test, it was even worse than at any point of the test. The cumulative perseverative errors of 43 was 7.15 standard deviations below the mean.
And what did that signal you?
So this was profoundly impaired frontal lobe executive functioning skills. Just to give you an idea, the mean is approximately 7. It's a little below 7. In other words, 7 perseverative errors would be the mean. So his score of 43 was 7 times that number. This is a very aberrant score. This shows how his mental processes, how they break down. They are very impaired. His thinking processes are compromised. Again, information processing, the ability to profit from feedback, the impairment in terms of his ability to see through correct solutions to a problem. This is, again, a neurobehavioral, a cognitive, and processes that is so way beyond the norm.
If If Mr. Wilson were under the influence of a controlled substance, would you expect the results to be even worse?
Yes.
All right. Did you have him perform any other tests?
So the last test was the Wechsler adult, the Wechsler memory scale, 4th edition. This is a complicated test of memory. Again, it has visual and verbal memory. The test is very challenging, very difficult.
Based upon his prior test results, would you have expected him to do better on the verbal?
Well, maybe, but it's so complicated that even on this part, because there's a memory component here. So the memory component, for example, requires the individual, you read a paragraph, it's about 4 or 5 sentences, and then he has to repeat it. That was fine. He did the first paragraph somewhat okay. But then the second paragraph, again, a second story, the cognitive processes were overloaded. Nothing went in. In order to get something in terms of cognitive processes, you have to first get it in to your mental processes, and then you're able to rehearse it, get feedback, and have an output. There was no input whatsoever here.
And try and, if you can, describe to the jury what Mr. Wilson looked like or how he was acting during this process.
Well, he was very interactive. Again, as I mentioned, it was through a glass, but he stood up on the ledge. He made sure that I heard him. He was very attentive. He really tried his very best.
But I'm more curious about this last test.
Okay, well,
it's like he shut down completely.
Right. So yeah, right. In terms of that, yes. The first paragraph he was fine. The second paragraph he was totally shut down. No response. The same thing came in terms of asking him to draw pictures. Initially, he was okay. I showed him 5 different pictures, and he was able to do more or less, 4 out of the 5, and came to a half-hour delay recall. He only got 2 out of the 5. And then, as the test progressed, the last one was a very complicated task of paired associates. You give a list of 14 words. You give one word, you go through a list of 14 pairs, and then they go through one word. Please give me the word that I just said. That's it. He was done. He was shut down, and he said, I can't do any more. So this.
You draw a particular conclusion from his total inability to finish that test.
So what I was able to score all falls within the borderline range, very, very low. This just to show, this is a bell-shaped curve, just to give some idea of what we're talking about. The average is here 100.
That's the median?
That's the median. 70 is the lower percentile, the lower 2 to 3 percentile of the population. So this is where he falls on this particular test. Again, it's indicative where the task becomes more complicated, more complex. That's where there's a breakdown. So the breakdown is in terms of things that is somewhat easier or more manageable in terms of his mental processes, and then where it's more complicated and more sophisticated and certainly requires more cognitive, frontal lobe, executive functioning ability, that's when there's a complete, total breakdown.
In doing your research and interviewing Mr. Wilson and others, were you able to determine whether or not Mr. Wilson had sustained any head injuries during his lifetime?
Yes. Mr. Wilson has a whole series of head injuries. Mr. Steve Wilson, the father, reported that at age 10, while playing baseball, he was running to catch a ball and smashed into a metal fence. His front tooth cracked, and he had a lump on his head. And he was a very good sports player. At age 11, playing football, he caught the ball from a kickoff. He was a safety return. He played many positions, but this time he was a safety return, and he was hit so hard that he was woozy and had a concussion. Then again, that was from his father. He played tackle football for 4 years, and he was hit hard, very hard, many times. He also played basketball. At age 18, he had a motor vehicle accident. He was sitting in the back seat without a seatbelt.
This is great, thank you.
And the driver ran into a big tree. Mr. Wilson said, "I remember waking up and it looked like everyone in the car was dead. He suffered a loss of consciousness and his head hurt, but he did not go to the hospital." At age 21, he had another motor vehicle accident. He was sitting in the passenger seat without a seatbelt, and the driver hit a big oak tree. He blanked out for a few minutes and was taken by ambulance to Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. He signed out of the hospital AMA against medical advice. This was confirmed by both his father and his sister. His sister called the hospital and found out that they performed a CT scan of the brain and there was no bleeding. The mom reported that at age 20, Mr. Wilson overdosed on drugs and he had a grand mal seizure. An ambulance came and took him to the hospital. Again, the CT was performed and the sister again reported there was no bleeding. The DOC records on 6/3/18 reported that he was jumped by 3 inmates and suffered a loss of consciousness for 1 to 2 minutes. The DOC jail records have what is called a head trauma protocol. They performed this protocol suspecting that he had loss of consciousness, and that is in the jail medical records.
Now, I'm sorry.
I'm just trying, just one final. The DOC records in December of 2021, Wade complained of chronic migraine headaches, and they performed another CT scan. So this is more recent.
Obviously, you're a neuropsychologist and not a neurologist, but after you had him perform all the tests, you interviewed all of these individuals, you compiled the information. What was your ultimate conclusion?
So my ultimate conclusion is that Mr. Wilson has neurocognitive brain impairment.
Thank you. Be seated.
Most likely right hemispheric,
All right, Julie.
and also
So as you know, I sent
frontal
you a note at
lobe
4 o'clock
involvement.
asking if you wanted to go home and come back tomorrow. You
There's
said
enough
yes. I apologize.
data
It took us
to
so long
support
to get for the day
that
together.
his
So,
brain
I'm going to excuse you for
is
today.
not functioning
When you come back
like
tomorrow, you will
a
start
normal,
again
healthy individual.
after coming into the court.
It's supported
So I
by
do
the
have
fact
to give
that
you
he
those
has
3 cautions,
multiple
and the
head
questions also
injuries,
concern the
and
all.
this is
So
a
please
synergistic
do
effect.
not discuss
Each one
this case or any aspect of
adds
this case
on in
with
more
anyone.
than just a
Do
cumulative,
not do
but
any
it's
independent
exponentially,
research or
it's worse.
investigation into this
And
case.
throughout
If
his
you happen
life,
to see, hear, or
he's
read
had
anything
multiple
about
head
this
injuries.
case, please disregard it and
and
let us know.
Brain
Paul
scans
worked
have
so
been
hard for
performed,
this last
although
8, 9, 10
these are
weeks,
just
however long it
CT
is.
scans,
Let's just
nothing
make
more
sure
than
that you
that.
continue to be as secure in how you've done.
This is also complicated, certainly by
We'll see you tomorrow morning.
his drug usage over his life, as well as psychiatric conditions, which are numerous. And currently he's on medication. He's been on medication for many, many years to quiet his brain, to have his brain functioning.
All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Back here. Be a recess.
I don't know if those are.
Back tomorrow. All right. We'll be back tomorrow morning and see how long it takes for a verdict. All right. You guys think tomorrow will be the verdict? Well, I'll do a new poll tomorrow morning for a verdict predict. Oh, man. It'll be time tomorrow. All right.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers.
Hi.
You know what a lot of the trials we cover
Oh.
remind me? It's that you got to be careful who you surround yourself with, who you let into your life. Do you really know? I mean, it's a scary thing to think about. Well, that's why I'm so thrilled to talk to you about the sponsor of this week's Law and Crime Trial stream, truthfinder.com. Honestly, with our content, I really can't think of a better service that can...
Boom. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow morning at 9. I'm going to go take a nap. I'm going back to napping. All right. Love you guys. Bye. Peace. Bloop, 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 bloop. Tomorrow, the verdict. Oh, so you're watching so right. Stop the watch. Pause. Boom. Boom. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Bye.